Books for Tired Eyes by Arthur E. Bostwick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Books for Tired Eyes. The most distinctive thing about a book is the possibility that someone may read it. Is this a truism? Evidently not, for the publishers who print books and the libraries which store and distribute them have never thought it worth their while to collect and record information bearing on this possibility. In the publishers' or the booksellers' advertising announcements, as well as on the catalogue cards stored in the library's trays, the reader may ascertain when and where the book was published, the number of pages, and whether it contains plates or maps, but not a word of the size or style of type in which it is printed. Yet on this depends the ability of the reader to use the book for the purpose for which it was intended. The old-fashioned reader was a mild-mannered gentleman. If he could not read his book because it was printed in outrageously small type, he laid it aside with a sigh, or used a magnifying lens, or persisted in his attempts with the naked eye until eye strain, with its attendant maladies, was the result. Lately, however, the libraries have been waking up, and their readers with them. The utilitarian side of the work is pushed to the front, and the reader is by no means disposed to accept what may be offered him, except in the content of the book or its physical make-up. The modern library must adapt itself to its users, and among other improvements must come an attempt to go as far as possible in making books physiologically readable. Unfortunately, the library cannot control the output of books, and must limit itself to selection. An experiment in such selection is now in progress in the St. Louis Public Library. The visitor to that library will find in its open shelf room a section of shelving marked with the words "Books in large type." To this section are directed all readers who have found it difficult or painful to read the ordinary printed page, but who do not desire to wear magnifying lenses. It has not been easy to fill these shelves, for books in large type are few, and hard to secure, despite the fact that artists, printers, and oculists have for years been discussing the proper size, form, and grouping of printed letters from their various standpoints. Perhaps it is time to urge a new view, that of the public librarian, anxious to please his clients and to present literature to them in that physical form which is most easily assimilable and least harmful. Tired eyes belong, for the most part, to those who have worked them hardest, that is, to readers who have entered upon middle age, or have already passed through it. At this age we become conscious that the eye is a delicate instrument, a fact which, however familiar to us in theory, has previously been regarded with aloofness. Now it comes home to us. The length of a sitting, the quality, quantity, and incidence of the light, and, above all, the arrangement of the printed page, become matters of vital importance to us. A book with small print, or letters illegibly grouped, or of unrecognizable shapes, becomes as impossible to us as if it were printed in the Chinese character. It is an unfortunate law of nature that injurious acts appear to us in their true light only after the harm is done. The burnt child dreads the fire after he has been burned, not before. So the fact that the middle-aged man cannot read small or crooked or badly grouped type means simply that the harmfulness of these things, which always existed for him, has cumulated throughout a long tale of years until it has obtruded itself upon him in the form of an inhibition. The books that are imperative for the tired eyes of middle age are equally necessary for those of youth, did youth but know it. Curiously enough, we are accustomed to begin, in teaching the young to read, with very legible type. When the eyes grow stronger, we begin to maltreat them. So it is also with the digestive organs, which we first coddle with pap, then treat a while with pork and cocktails, and then perforce entertain with pap of the second and final period. What correspond in the field of vision to pork and cocktails are the vicious specimens of typography offered on all sides to readers, in books, pamphlets, magazines, and newspapers. Typography that is slowly but surely ruining the eyesight of those that need it most. Hitherto, the public librarian has been more concerned with the minds and the morals of his clientele than with that physical organism without which neither mind nor morals would be of much use. It would be easy to pick out on the shelves of almost any public library books that are a physiological scandal, printed in type that is an outrage to place before any self-respecting reader. I have seen copies of Tom Jones that I should be willing to burn, as did a puritanical British Library Board of newspaper notoriety. My reasons, however, would be typographic, not moral, and I might want to add a few copies of the Pilgrim's Progress and the Saint's Everlasting Rest, without prejudice to the author's share in those works, which I admire and respect. Perhaps it is too much to ask for complete typographical expurgation of our libraries, but, at least, readers with tired eyes who do not yet wear, or care to wear, corrective lenses should be able to find, somewhere on the shelves, a collection of works in relatively harmless print, large and black, clear in outline, simple and distinctive in form, properly grouped and spaced. The various attempts to standardize type sizes and to adopt a suitable notation for them have been limited hitherto to the sizes of the type body and bear only indirectly on the size of the actual letter. More or less arbitrary names, such as Mignon, Bourgeois, Brevier, and Nonpareil, were formerly used, but what is called the point system is now practically universal, although its unit, the point, is not everywhere the same. Roughly speaking, a point is 1/72 of an inch, so that in 3-point type, for example, the thickness of the type body, from the top to the bottom of the letter on its face, is 1/24 of an inch. But on this type body the face may be large or small, although of course it cannot be larger than the body, and the size of the letters called by precisely the same name in the point notation may vary within pretty wide limits. There is no accepted notation for the size of the letters themselves, and this fact tells more eloquently than words that the present sizes of type are standardized and defined for compositors only, not for readers, and still less for scientific students of the effect upon the reader's eyes of different arrangements of the printed page. What seems to have been the first attempt to define sizes of type suitable for school grades was made 15 years ago by Mr. Edward R. Shaw in his School Hygiene. He advocates sizes from 18-point in the first year to 12-point for the fourth. Principals, teachers, and school superintendents, he said, should possess a millimeter measure and a magnifying glass, and should subject every book presented for their examination to a test to determine whether the size of the letters and the width of the leading are of such dimensions as will not prove injurious to the eyes of children. To this list librarians might be well added, not to speak of authors, editors, and publishers. In a subsequent part of his chapter on Eyesight and Hearing, from which the above sentence is quoted, appears a test of illumination suggested by the Medical Record of Strasbourg, which may serve as a horrid example, in some such way as did the drunken brother who accompanied the temperance lecturer. According to this authority, if a pupil is unable to read diamond type, 4 1/2 point, at 12-inch distance and without strain, the illumination is dangerously low. The adult who tries the experiment will be inclined to conclude that whatever the illumination, the proper place for the man who uses diamond type for any purpose is the penitentiary. The literature upon this general subject, such as it is concerned largely with its relations with school hygiene. We are bound to give our children a fair start in life, in conditions of vision as well as in other respects, even if we are careless about ourselves. The topic of conservation of vision, in which, however, type size played but a small part, was given special attention at the 4th International Congress of School Hygiene, held in Buffalo in 1913. Investigations on the subject, so far as they affect the child in school, are well summed up in the last chapter of Huey's Psychology and Pedagogy of Reading. In general, the consensus of opinion of investigators seems to be that the most legible type is that between 11 point and 14 point. Opinion regarding space between lines, due to leading, is not quite so harmonious. Some authorities think that it is better to increase the size of the letters, and Huey asserts that an attempt to improve unduly small type by making wide spaces between lines is a mistake. As to the relative legibility of different typefaces, one of the most exhaustive investigations was that made at Clark University by Miss Barbara E. Ruthlin, whose results were published in 1912. This study considers questions of form, style, and grouping, independently of mere size, and the conclusion is that legibility is a product of 6 factors, of which size is one, the others being form, heaviness of face, width of the margin around the letter, position in the letter group, and shape and size of adjoining letters. For tired eyes, the size factor would appear of overwhelming importance, except where the other elements make the page fantastically illegible. In Miss Ruthlin's tables, based upon a combination of the factors mentioned above, the maximum of legibility almost always coincides with that of size. These experiments seem to have influenced printers whose organization in Boston has appointed a committee to urge upon the Carnegie Institution the establishment of a department of research to make scientific tests of printing types in regard to the comparative legibility and the possibility of improving some of their forms. Their effort, so far, has met with no success, but the funds at the disposal of this body could surely be put to no better use. With regard to the improvement of legibility by alteration of form, it has been recognized by experiments from the outset that the letters of our alphabet, especially the small or lower case letters, are not equally legible. Many proposals for modifying or changing them have been made, some of them odd or repugnant. It has been suggested, for instance, that the Greek lambda be substituted for our L, which in its present form is easily confused with the dotted I. Other pairs of letters, U and N, O and E, for example, are differentiated with difficulty. The privilege of modifying alphabetic form is one that has been frequently exercised. The origin of the German alphabet, and our own, for instance, is the same, and no lower case letters in any form date further back than the Middle Ages. There could be no well-founded objection to any change, in the interests of legibility, that is not so far-reaching as to make the whole alphabet look foreign and unfamiliar. It may be queried, however, whether the lower-case alphabet had not better be reformed by abolishing it altogether. There would appear to be no good reason for using 2 alphabets, now one and now the other, according to arbitrary rules, difficult to learn and hard to remember. That the general legibility of books would benefit by doing away with this medieval excrescence appears to admit of no doubt, although the proposal may seem somewhat startling to the general reader. In 1911 a committee was appointed by the British Association for the Advancement of Science to inquire into the influence of school books upon eyesight. This committee's report dwells on the fact that the child's eye is still in process of development and needs larger type than the fully developed eye of the adult. In making its recommendation for the standardization of school book type, which it considers the solution of the difficulty, the committee emphasizes the fact that forms and sizes most legible for isolated letters are not necessarily so for the groups that need to be quickly recognized by the trained reader. It dwells upon the importance of unglazed paper, flexible sewing, clear, bold illustrations, black ink, and true alignment. Condensed or compressed letters are condemned, as are long serifs and hair strokes. On the other hand, very heavy-faced type is almost as objectionable as that with the fine lines, the ideal being a proper balancing of whites and blacks in each letter and group. The size of the typeface, as we might expect, is pronounced by the committee, quote, the most important factor in the influence of books upon vision. End quote. It describes its recommended sizes in millimeters, a refinement which, for the purposes of this article, need not be insisted upon. Briefly, the sizes run from 30-point for 7-year-old children to 10-point or 11-point for persons more than 12 years old. Except as an inference from this last recommendation, the committee, of course, does not exceed its province by treating of type sizes for adults. Yet it would seem that it considers 10-point as the smallest size fit for anyone, however good his sight. This would bar much of our existing reading matter. A writer whose efforts in behalf of sane typography have had practical results is Professor Koopman, librarian of Brown University, whose plea has been addressed chiefly to printers. Professor Koopman dwells particularly on the influence of short lines on legibility. The eye must jump from the end of each line back to the beginning of the next, and this jump is shorter and less fatiguing with the shorter line, though it must be oftener performed. Owing largely to this demonstration, The Printing Art, a trade magazine published in Cambridge, Massachusetts, has changed its make-up from a 1-column to a 2-column page. It should be noted, however, that a uniform standard length of line is even more to be desired than a short one. When the eye has become accustomed to one length for its linear leaps, these leaps can be performed with relative ease and can be taken care of subconsciously. When the lengths vary capriciously from one book or magazine to another, or even from one page to another, as they so often do, the effort to get accustomed to the new length is more tiring than we realize. Probably this factor, next to the size of type, is most effective in tiring the middle-aged eye, and in keeping it tired. The opinion may be ventured that the reason for our continued toleration of the small type used in the daily newspapers is that their columns are narrow, and still more, that these are everywhere of practically uniform width. The indifference of publishers to the important feature of the physical make-up of books appears from the fact that in not a single case is it included among the descriptive items in their catalogue entries. Libraries are in precisely the same class of offenders. A reader or a possible purchaser of books is supposed to be interested in the fact that a book is published in Boston, has 432 pages, and is illustrated, but not at all in its legibility. Neither publishers nor libraries have any way of getting information on the subject except by going to the books themselves. Occasionally, a remainder catalogue, containing bargains whose charms it is desired to set forth with unusual detail, states that a certain book is in large type, or even in fine large type. But these words are nowhere defined, and the purchaser cannot depend on their accuracy. An edition of Scott, recently advertised extensively as in large clear type, proved on examination to be printed in 10-point. In gathering the large type collection for the St. Louis Library, 14-point was decided upon as the standard, which means, of course, types with a face somewhere between the smallest size that is usually found on a 14-point body, even if actually on a smaller body, and the largest that this can carry, even if on a larger body. The latter is unusually large, but it would not do to place the standard below 14-point because that would lower the minimum, which is none too large as it is. The first effort was to collect such large type books already in the library as would be likely to interest the general reader. In the collection of nearly 400,000 volumes, it was found by diligent search that only 150 would answer this description. Most octavo volumes of travel are in large type, but only a selected number of these was placed in the collection to avoid overloading it with this particular class. This statement applies also to some other classes and to certain types of books, such as some government reports and some scientific monographs, which have no representatives in the group. The next step was to supplement the collection by purchase. All available publishers' catalogues were examined, but after a period of 12 months it was found possible to spend only $65 in the purchase of 120 additional books. A circular letter was then sent to 92 publishers, explaining the purpose of the collection and asking for information regarding books in 14-point type, or larger, issued by them. To these there were received 63 answers. In 29 instances, no books in type of this size were issued by the recipients of the circulars. In 6 cases, the answer included brief lists of from 2 to 12 titles of large type books, and in several other cases the publishers stated that the labour of ascertaining which of their publications are in large type would be prohibitive, as it would involve actual inspection of each and every volume on their lists. In 2 instances, however, after a second letter, explaining further the aims of the collection, publishers promised to undertake the work. The final result has been that the library now has over 400 volumes in the collection. This is surely not an imposing number, but it appears to represent the available resources of a country in which 1,000 publishers are annually issuing 11,000 volumes, to say nothing of the British and continental output. In the list of the collection and in the entries, the size of the type, the leading, and the size of the book itself are to be distinctly stated. The last mentioned item is necessary because the use of large type sometimes involves a heavy volume, awkward to hold in the hand. The collection for adults in the St. Louis Library, as it now exists, may be divided into the following classes according to the reasons that seem to have prompted the use of large type. 1. Large books printed on a somewhat generous scale and intended to sell at a high price, the size of the type being merely incidental to this plan. These include books of travel, history, or biography in several volumes, somewhat high-priced sets of standard authors, and books intended for gifts. 2. Books containing so little material that large type, thick paper, and wide margins were necessary to make a volume easy to handle and use. These include many short stories of magazine length, which for some inscrutable reason are now often issued in separate form. 3. Books printed in large type for aesthetic reasons. These are few, beauty and artistic form being apparently linked in some way with illegibility by many printers, no matter what the size of the typeface. The large type collection is used not only by elderly persons, but also in greater number by young persons whose oculists forbid them to read fine print, or who do not desire to wear glasses. The absence of a wide range in the collection drives others away to books that are, doubtless, in many cases bad for their eyes. Some books that have not been popular in the general collection have done well here, while old favourites have not been taken out. Such facts as these mean little with so limited a collection. Until readers awake to the dangers of small print and the comfort of large type, there will not be sufficient pressure on our publishers to induce them to put forth more books suitable for tired eyes. It is probably too much to expect that the trade itself will try to push literature whose printed form obeys the rules of ocular hygiene. All that we can reasonably ask is that type size shall be reported on in catalogues, so that those who want books in large type may know what is obtainable and where to go for it. It has often been noted that physicians are the only class of professional men whose activities, if properly carried on, tend directly to make the profession unnecessary. Medicine tends more and more to be preventive rather than curative. We must therefore look to the oculists to take the first steps towards lessening the number of their prospective patients by inculcating rational notions about the effects of the printed page on the eye. Teachers, librarians, parents, the press, all can do their part, and when a demand for larger print has thus been created, the trade will respond. Meanwhile, libraries should be unremitting in their efforts to ascertain what material in large type already exists, to collect it, and to call attention to it in every legitimate way. End of Books for Tired Eyes by Arthur E. Bostwick.
A Chapter of Things to See This Fall by Dallas Lore Sharp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Ferrari. A Chapter of Things to See This Fall by Dallas Lore Sharp. 1. You ought to see the sky every day. You ought to see, as often as possible, the breaking of dawn, the sunset, the moonrise, and the stars. Go up to your roof, if you live in the city, or out into the middle of the park, or take a streetcar ride into the edge of the country, just to see the moon come up over the woods or over a rounded hill against the sky. 2. You ought to see the light of the October moon as it falls through a roof of leafless limbs in some silent piece of woods. You have seen the woods by daylight, you have seen the moon from many places, but to be in the middle of the moonlit woods after the silence of the October frost has fallen is to have one of the most beautiful experiences possible out of doors. 3. You ought to see a wooded hillside in the glorious colors of the fall, the glowing hickories, the deep flaming oaks, the cool dark pines, the blazing gums and sumacs. Take some single, particular woodland scene and look at it until you can see it in memory forever. 4. You ought to see the spiders in their airships, sailing over the autumn meadows. Take an Indian summer day, lazy, hazy, sunny, and lie down on your back in some small meadow where woods or old rail fences hedge it around. Lie so that you do not face the sun. The sleepy air is heavy with balm and barely moves. Soon, shimmering, billowing through the light, a silky skein of cobweb will come floating over. Look sharply, and you will see the little aeronaut swinging in his basket at the bottom of the balloon, sailing, sailing, away in the air, air. Far are the shores of anywhere, over the woods and the heather. 5. You ought to see, only see, mind you, on one of those autumn nights when you have not on your party clothes, you ought to see a wood pussy. A wood pussy is not a house pussy. A wood pussy is a wood pussy. That is to say, a wood pussy is a skunk. Yes, you ought to see a skunk walking calmly along a moonlit path and not caring a fig for you. You will perhaps never meet a wild buffalo or a grizzly bear or a jaguar in the woods nearest your house, but you may meet a wild skunk there, and have the biggest adventure of your life. Yes, you ought to see a skunk some night, just for the thrill of meeting a wild creature that won't get out of your way. 6. You ought to see the witch hazel bush in blossom late in November. It is the only bush or tree in the woods that is in full bloom after the first snow may have fallen. Many persons who live within a few minutes' walk of the woods where it grows have never seen it. But then many persons who live with the sky right over their heads, with the dawn breaking right into their bedroom windows, have never seen the sky or the dawn to think about them and wonder at them. There are many persons who have never seen anything at all that is worth seeing. The witch hazel bush, all yellow with its strange blossoms in November, is worth seeing, worth taking a great deal of trouble to see. There is a little flower in southern New Jersey called pyxie, or flowering moss, a very rare and hidden little thing, and I know an old botanist who traveled 500 miles just to have the joy of seeing that little flower growing in the sandy swamp along Silver Run. If you have never seen the witch hazel in bloom, it will pay you to travel 505 miles to see it, but you won't need to go so far, unless you live beyond the prairies, for the witch hazel grows from Nova Scotia to Florida and west to Minnesota and Alabama. There is one flower that, according to Mr. John Muir, and he surely knows, it will pay one to travel away up into the highest Sierra to see. It is the fragrant Washington lily, the finest of all the Sierra lilies, he says. Its bulbs are buried in shaggy chaparral tangles, I suppose for safety from pawing bears, and its magnificent panicles sway and rock over the top of the rough snow-pressed bushes, while big bold blunt-nosed bees drone and mumble in its polleny bells. A lovely flower worth going hungry and footsore endless miles to see. The whole world seems richer now that I have found this plant in so noble a landscape. And so it seemed to the old botanist who came 500 miles to find the tiny pyxie in the sandy swamps of southern New Jersey. So it will seem to you. The whole world will not only seem richer, but will be richer for you, when you have found the witch hazel bush all covered with summer's gold in the bleak woods of November. 7. You ought to see a big pile of golden pumpkins in some farmhouse shed, or beside the great barn door. You ought to see a field of corn in the shock, hay in a barn mow, the jars of fruit, the potatoes, apples, and great chunks of wood in the farmhouse cellar. You ought to see how a farmer gets ready for the winter, the comfort, the plenty, the sufficiency of it all. 8. You ought to see how the muskrats, too, get ready for the winter, and the bees and the flowers and the trees and the frogs, everything. Winter is coming. The cold will kill, if it has a chance. But see how it has no chance. How is it that the bees will buzz, the flowers open, the birds sing, the frogs croak again next spring as if there had been no freezing, killing weather? Go out and see why for yourselves. 9. You ought to see the tiny seed birds from the gray birches scattering on the autumn winds, the thistledown too, and a dozen other of the winged and plumed and ballooned seeds that sail on the wings of the winds. You should see the burdock burrs in the cows' tails when they come home from the pasture, and the stick-tights and beggar needles in your own coat tails when you come home from the pastures. And seeing that, you should think, for that is what real seeing means. Think what? Why, that you are just as good as a cow's tail to scatter nature's seeds for her, and not a bit better, as she sees you. 10. You ought to see the migrating birds as they begin to flock on the telegraph wires, in the chimneys, and among the reeds of the river. You ought to see the swallows, blackbirds, robins, and bluebirds as they flock together for the long southern flight. There are days in late September and in early October when the very air seems to be half birds going over, birds diving and darting about you, birds along the rails and ridge poles, birds in the grass under your feet, birds everywhere. You should be out among them where you can see them, and especially you should see, without fail, this autumn and every autumn, the wedge of wild geese cleaving the dull gray sky in their thrilling journey down from the far-off frozen north. End of A Chapter of Things to See This Fall by Dallas Lore Sharp.
Christ and Socrates by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712 to 1778. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Christ and Socrates. I will confess that the majority of the scriptures strikes me with admiration, as the purity of the gospel hath its influence on my heart. Peruse the works of our philosophers with all their pomp and diction. How mean, how contemptible are they compared with the scriptures! Is it possible that a book, at once so simple and sublime, should be merely the work of man? Is it possible that the sacred personage whose history it contains should be himself a mere man? Do we find that he assumed the tone of an enthusiast or ambitious sectary? What sweetness, what purity in his manner! What an affecting gracefulness in his delivery! What sublimity in his maxims! What profound wisdom in his discourses! What presence of mind, what subtlety, what truth in his replies! How great the command over his passions! Where is the man, where the philosopher, who could so live and so die without weakness and without ostentation? When Plato described his imaginary good man loaded with all the shame of guilt, yet meriting the highest rewards of virtue, he describes exactly the character of Jesus Christ. The resemblance was so striking that all the fathers perceived it. What prepossession, what blindness must it be to compare the son of Sophronicus to the Son of Mary! What an infinite disproportion there is between them! Socrates, dying without pain or ignominy, easily supported his character to the last. And if his death, however easy, had not crowned his life, it might have been doubted whether Socrates, with all his wisdom, was anything more than a vain sophist. He invented, it is said, the theory of morals. Others, however, had before put them in practice. He had only to say, therefore, what they had done, and to reduce their examples to precepts. Aristides had been just before Socrates defined justice. Leonidas had given up his life for his country before Socrates declared patriotism to be a duty. The Spartans were a sober people before Socrates recommended sobriety. Before he had even defined virtue, Greece abounded in virtuous men. But where could Jesus learn among his competitors that pure and sublime morality, of which he only hath given us both precept and example? The greatest wisdom was made known amongst the most bigoted fanaticism, and the simplicity of the most heroic virtues did honor to the vilest people on earth. The death of Socrates, peaceably philosophizing with his friends, appears the most agreeable that could be wished for. That of Jesus, expiring in the midst of agonizing pains, abused, insulted, and accused by a whole nation, is the most horrible that could be feared. Socrates, in receiving the cup of poison, blessed indeed the weeping executioner who administered it. But Jesus, in the midst of excruciating torments, prayed for his merciless tormentors. Yes, if the life and death of Socrates were those of a sage, the life and death of Jesus are those of a god. Shall we suppose the evangelic history a mere fiction? Indeed, my friend, it bears not the marks of fiction. On the contrary, the history of Socrates, which nobody presumes to doubt, is not so well attested as that of Jesus Christ. Such a supposition, in fact, only shifts the difficulty without obviating it. It is more inconceivable that a number of persons should agree to write such a history than that one only should furnish the subject of it. The Jewish authors were incapable of the diction, and strangers to the morality contained in the Gospel, the marks of whose truth are so striking and inimitable that the inventor would be a more astonished character than the hero. End of Christ and Socrates by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712 to 1778. Of the Devil's Head in the Valley Perilous, and of the customs of folk in divers isles that be about in the lordship of Prester John. From the Travels of Sir John Mandeville, 1300 to 1371. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Beside that Isle of Mistarac, upon the left side nigh to the river Pison, is a marvellous thing. There is a vale between the mountains that dureth nigh a 4 mile, and some men clepe it the Vale Enchanted, some cleped it the Vale of Devils, and some cleped it the Vale Perilous. In that vale men hear ofttimes great tempests and thunders, and great murmurs and noises, all days and nights, and great noise, as it were sound of tabors and of nakers and of trumps, as though it were of a great feast. This vale is all full of devils, and hath been always. And men say there that it is one of the entries of hell. In that vale is great plenty of gold and silver, wherefore many misbelieving men, and many Christian men also, go in oftentime for to have of the treasure that there is. But few come again, and namely of the misbelieving men, nay of the Christian men neither, for anon they be strangled of devils. And in mid place of that vale, under a rock, is a head and the visage of a devil bodily, full horrible and dreadful to see, and it showeth not but the head to the shoulders. But there is no man in the world so hardy, Christian man ne other, but that he should be adread to behold it, and that it would seem him to die for dread, so is it hideous for to behold. For he beholdeth every man so sharply with dreadful eyen, that be evermore moving and sparkling as fire, and changeth and stirreth so often in divers manner, with so horrible countenance, that no man dare not nigheth towards him. And from him cometh out smoke and stinking fire, and so much abomination, that unnethe no man may there endure. But the good Christian men, that be stable in the faith, enter well without peril. For they will first strive them and mark them with the token of the Holy Cross, so that the fiends ne have no power over them. But albeit that there be without peril, yet natheless ne be they not without dread, when that they see the devils visibly and bodily all about them, that make full many diverse assaults and menaces in air and in earth, and aghast them with strokes of thunder blasts and of tempests. And the most dread is, that God will take vengeance then of that men have misdone against his will. And ye shall understand that when my fellows and I were in that vale, we were in great thought, whether that we durst put our bodies in adventure to go in or not, in the protection of God. And some of our fellows accorded to enter, and some not. So there were with us 2 worthy men, friars minor, that were of Lombardy, that said, that if any man would enter, they would go in with us. And when they had said so, upon the gracious trust of God of them, we let sing mass, and made every man to be striven and household. And then we entered 14 persons, but at our going out we were but 9. And so we wist never that our fellows were lost, or else turned again for dread. But we saw them never after, and those were 2 men of Greece and 3 of Spain. And our other fellows that would not go in with us, they went by another coast to be before us, and so they were. And thus we passed that perilous vale, and found therein gold and silver, and precious stones, and rich jewels, great plenty, both here and there, as us seemed. But whether that it was as us seemed, I wot never. For I touched none, because that the devils be so subtle to make a thing to seem otherwise than it is, for to deceive mankind. And therefore I touched none. And also because that I would not be put out of my devotion. For I was more devout then than ever I was before or after. And all for the dread of fiends that I saw in diverse figures, and also for the great multitude of dead bodies that I saw there lying by the way, by all the vale, as though there had been a battle between 2 kings, and the mightiest of the country, and that the great part had been discomfited and slain. And I trow that unnethe should any country have so many people within him as lay slain in that vale as us thought, the which was an hideous sight to see. And I marvelled much that there were so many, and the bodies all whole without rotting. But I trow that fiends made them seem to be so whole without rotting. But that might not be to mine advice, that so many should have entered so newly, nay, so many newly slain, without stinking and rotting. And many of them were in habit of Christian men, but I trow well that it were of such that went in for covetous of the treasure that was there, and had overmuch feebleness in the faith, so that their hearts they might not endure in the belief for dread. And therefore were we the more devout a great deal. And yet we were cast down, and beaten down many times to the hard earth by winds and thunders and tempests. But evermore God of his grace holp us. And so we passed that perilous vale without peril and without encumbrance, thanked be Almighty God. After this, beyond the vale, is a great isle, where the folk be great giants of 28 foot long, or of 30 foot long. And they have no clothing but of skins of beasts that they hang upon them. And they eat no bread, but all raw flesh. And they drink milk of beasts, for they have plenty of all bestial. And they have no houses to lie in, for they eat more gladly men's flesh than any other flesh. Into that isle dare no man gladly enter. For if they see a ship and men therein, anon they enter into the sea for to take them. And men said us that in an isle beyond that were giants of greater stature, some of 45 foot, or of 50 foot long, and, as some men say, some of 50 cubits long. But I saw none of those, for I had no lust to go to those parts, because that no man cometh neither into that isle, ne into the other, but if it be devoured anon. And among those giants be sheep as great as oxen here, and they bear great wool and rough. Of the sheep I have seen many times, and men have seen many times those giants take men in the sea out of their ships, and brought them to land, 2 in one hand and 2 in another, eating them going, all raw and all quick. Another isle is there towards the north, in the sea ocean, where that be full cruel and full evil women of nature, and they have precious stones in their eyen, and they be of that kind that if they behold any man with wrath, they slay him anon with the beholding, as doth the basilisk. Another isle is there, full fair and good and great, and full of people, where the custom is such that the first night that they be married, they make another man to lie by their wives for to have their maidenhead, and therefore they take great hire and great thank. And there be certain men in every town that serve of none other thing, and they clepe them caballeros, that is to say, the fools of Wanhope. For they of the country hold it so great a thing, and so perilous to have the maidenhead of a woman, that them seemeth that they that have first the maidenhead putteth him in adventure of his life. And if the husband find his wife maiden that other next night, after she should have been lain by the man that is assigned therefor, peradventure for drunkenness or for some other cause, the husband shall plain upon him that he hath not done his devoir in such cruel wise as though the officers would have slain him. But after the first night that they be lain by, they keep them straitly that they be not so hardy to speak with no man. I asked them the cause why that they held such custom, and they said me, that of old time men had been dead for deflowering of maidens that had serpents in their bodies that stung men upon their yards, that they died anon. And therefore they held that customs to make other men ordained therefore to lie by their wives, for dread of death, and to assay the passage by another, rather than for to put them in that adventure. After that is another isle, where that women make great sorrow when their children be born. And when they die, they make great feast and great joy, and revel, and then they cast them into a great fire burning. And those that love well their husbands, if their husbands be dead, they cast them also in the fire with their children, and burn them. And they say that the fire shall cleanse them of all filths and of all vices, and they shall go pured and clean into another world to their husbands, and they shall lead their children with them. And the cause why that they weep when their children be born is this, that when they come into this world they come to labor, sorrow, and heaviness, And why they make joy and gladness at their dying is because that, as they say, when they go to paradise, where the rivers run milk and honey, where that men see them in joy and in abundance of goods, without sorrow and labor. In that isle men make their king evermore by election, and they may choose him, not for no nobleness nor for no riches, but such one as is of good manners and of good conditions, and therewithal rightful, and also that he be of great age, and that he have no children. In that isle men be full rightful, and they do rightful judgments in every cause, both of rich and poor, small and great, after the quantity of the trespass that is misdone. And the king may not doom no man to death without assent of his barons and other men wise of counsel, and that all the court accord thereto. And if the king himself do any homicide or any crime, as to slay a man, or any such case, he shall die therefore. And he shall not be slain as another man, but men shall defend in pain of death that no man be so hardy to make him company, nay to speak with him, nay that no man give him, nay sell him, nay serve him, neither of meat, nay of drink, and so shall he die in mischief. They spare no man that hath trespassed, neither for love, nay for favour, nay for riches, nay for nobleness, but that he shall have after that he hath done. Beyond that isle is another isle, where is great multitude of folk, and they will not, for no thing, eat flesh of hares, nay of hens, nay of geese. Yet they bring forth enough for to see them and to behold them only, but they eat flesh of all other beasts, and drink milk. In that country they take their daughters and their sisters to their wives, and their other kinswomen. And if there be 10 men or 12 men or more dwelling in an house, the wife of everych of them shall be common to all that dwell in that house, so that every man may lie with whom he will of them on one night, and with another night. And if she have any child, she may give it to what man that she list that hath companied with her, so that no man knoweth that whether the child be his or another's. And if any man say to them, that they nourish other men's children, they answer that so do overmen theirs. In that country and by all Ind be great plenty of cocodrills, that is a manner of a long serpent, as I have said before. And in the night they dwell in the water, and on the day upon the land, in rocks and in caves. And they eat no meat in all the winter, and they lie as in a dream, as do the serpents. These serpents slay men, and they eat them weeping, and when they eat they move the over jaw, and not the nether jaw, and they have no tongue. In that country, and in many other beyond that, and also in many on this half, men put in work the seed of cotton, and they sow it every year, and then groweth it in small trees that bear cotton, and so do men every year, so that there is plenty of cotton at all times. Item. In this isle and in many other, there is a manner of wood, hard and strong. Whoso covereth the coals of that wood under the ashes thereof, the coals will dwell and abide all quick, a year or more. And that tree hath many leaves, as the juniper hath. And there be also many trees, that of nature they will never burn, ne rot in no manner. And there be nut trees, that bear nuts as great as a man's head. There also be many beasts that be clept orifles. In Arabia they be clept gerfaunts. That is a beast palmly or spotted, but is but a little more high than is a steed. But he hath a neck of 20 cubits long, and his croup and his tail is as of an hart, and he may look over a great high house. And there be also in that country many camels. That is a little beast as a goat, that is wild, and he liveth by the air, and eateth none, ne drinketh naught at no time, and he changeth his colour oftentimes, for men see him often sithes, now in one colour and now in another, and he may change him into all manner colours that him list, save only into red and white. There be also in that country passing great serpents, some of 60 foot long, and they be of diverse colours, as red, green, and yellow, blue and black, and all speckled, And there be others that have crests upon their heads, and they go upon their feet upright, and they be well a 4 fathom great or more, and they dwell always in rocks or in mountains, and they have always the throat open, of whence they drop venom always. And there be some wild swine of many colours, as great as be oxen in our country, and they be all spotted, as be young fawns. And there be also urchins, as great as wild swine here. We clepe them porcs de spine. And there be lions all white, great and mighty. And there be also of other beasts, as great and more greater than is a destrier, and men clepe them larynx. And some men clepe them odenthos. And they have a black head, and 3 long horns, trenchant in the front, sharp as a sword. And the body is slender, and he is a full felonious beast, and he chaseth and slayeth the elephant. There be also many other beasts, full wicked and cruel, that be not mickle more than a bear. And they have the head like a boar, and they have 6 feet, and on every foot 2 large claws, trenchant, and the body is like a bear, and the tail as a lion. And there be also mice as great as hounds, and yellow mice as great as ravens. And there be geese all red, 3 sizes more great than ours here. And they have the head, the neck, and the breast all black. And many other diverse beasts be in those countries, and elsewhere thereabout. And many diverse birds also, of the which it were too long for to tell you, and therefore I pass over at this time. End of the Devil's Head in the Valley Perilous, and the customs of folk in divers isles that be about the lordship of Prester John, by Sir John Mandeville, 1300 to 1371.
The Eater of Dreams by Lafcadio Hearn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Roy. The Eater of Dreams by Lafcadio Hearn. Mijika yo ya, baku no yume, ku, hima mo nashi. Alas, how short this night of ours! The Baku will not even have time to eat our dreams. Old Japanese love song. The name of the creature is Baku, or Shirokina Katsukami, and its particular function is the eating of dreams. It is variously represented and described. An ancient book in my possession states that the male Baku has the body of a horse, the face of a lion, the trunk and tusks of an elephant, the forelock of a rhinoceros, the tail of a cow, and the feet of a tiger. The female Baku is said to differ greatly in shape from the male, but the difference is not clearly set forth. In the time of the old Chinese learning, pictures of the Baku used to be hung up in Japanese houses, such pictures being supposed to exert the same beneficent power as the creature itself. My ancient book contains this legend about the custom. In the Shosei Roku, it is declared that Kotei, while hunting on the eastern coast, once met with a Baku having the body of an animal, but speaking like a man. Kotei said, "Since the world is quiet and at peace, why should we still see goblins? If a Baku be needed to extinguish evil sprites, then it were better to have a picture of a Baku suspended to the wall of one's house. Thereafter, even though some evil wonder should appear, it could do no harm. Then there is given a long list of evil wonders and the signs of their presence. When the hen lays a soft egg, the demon's name is Taifu. When snakes appear entwined together, the demon's name is Jinsu. When dogs go with their ears turned back, the demon's name is Tayo. When the fox speaks with the voice of a man, the demon's name is Guaishu. When blood appears on the clothes of men, the demon's name is Yuki. When the rice pot speaks with a human voice, the demon's name is Kanjo. When the dream of the night is an evil dream, the demon's name is Rengetsu. And the old book further observes, whenever any such evil marvel happens, let the name of the Baku be invoked, then the evil sprite will immediately sink 3 feet under the ground. But on the subject of evil wonders I do not feel qualified to discourse. It belongs to the unexplored and appalling world of Chinese demonology, and it has really very little to do with the subject of the Baku in Japan. The Japanese Baku is commonly known only as the Eater of Dreams, and the most remarkable fact in relation to the cult of the creature is that the Chinese character representing its name used to be put in gold upon the lacquered wooden pillows of lords and princes. By the virtue and power of this character on the pillow, the sleeper was thought to be protected from evil dreams. It is rather difficult to find such a pillow today. Even pictures of the Baku, or Hakutaku, as it is sometimes called, have become very rare. But the old invocation to the Baku still survives in common parlance. Baku korai, Baku kare, Baku kore. Devour, O Baku, devour my evil dream. When you awake from a nightmare, or from any unlucky dream, you should quickly repeat that invocation 3 times. Then the Baku will eat the dream, and will change the misfortune or the fear into good fortune and gladness. It was on a very sultry night, during the period of greatest heat, that I last saw the Baku. I had just awakened out of misery, and the hour was the hour of the ox. And the Baku came in through the window to ask, "Have you anything for me to eat?" I gratefully made answer, "Assuredly. Listen, good Baku, to this dream of mine." I was standing in some great white walled room, where lamps were burning, but I cast no shadow on the naked floor of that room. And there, upon an iron bed, I saw my own dead body. How I had come to die, and when I had died, I could not remember. Women were sitting near the bed, 6 or 7, and I did not know any of them. They were neither young nor old, and all were dressed in black. Watchers I took them to be. They sat motionless and silent. There was no sound in the place, and I somehow felt that the hour was late. In the same moment I became aware of something nameless in the atmosphere of the room, a heaviness that weighed upon the will, some viewless numbing power that was slowly growing. Then the watchers began to watch each other, stealthily, and I knew that they were afraid. Soundlessly one rose up and left the room. Another followed, then another. So, one by one, and lightly as shadows, they all went out. I was left alone with the corpse of myself. The lamps still burned clearly, but the terror in the air was thickening. The watchers had stolen away almost as soon as they began to feel it. But I believed that there was yet time to escape. I thought that I could safely delay a moment longer. A monstrous curiosity obliged me to remain. I wanted to look at my own body, to examine it closely. I approached it, I observed it, and I wondered, because it seemed to me very long, unnaturally long. Then I thought that I saw one eyelid quiver, but the appearance of motion might have been caused by the trembling of a lamp flame. I stooped to look, slowly and very cautiously, because I was afraid that the eyes might open. "It is myself," I thought, as I bent down, "and yet it is growing queer." The face appeared to be lengthening. "It is not myself," I thought again, as I stooped still lower, "and yet it cannot be any other." And I became much more afraid, unspeakably afraid, that the eyes would open. They opened. Horribly they opened. And that thing sprang, sprang from the bed at me, and fastened upon me, moaning and gnawing and rending. Oh, with what madness of terror did I strive against it! But the eyes of it, and the moans of it, and the touch of it, sickened, and all my being seemed about to burst asunder in frenzy of loathing, when, I knew not how, I found in my hand an axe, and I struck with the axe. I clove, I crushed, I brayed the moaner, until there lay before me only a shapeless, hideous, reeking mass, the abominable ruin of myself. Baku kure, Baku kure, Baku kure! Devour, O Baku, devour the dream. Nay, made answer the Baku, I never eat lucky dreams. That is a very lucky dream, a most fortunate dream. The axe, yes, the axe of the excellent law, by which the monster of self is utterly destroyed, the best kind of a dream. My friend, I believe in the teaching of the Buddha. And the Baku went out of the window. I looked after him, and I beheld him fleeing over the miles of moonlit roofs, passing from housetop to housetop with amazing soundless leaps, like a great cat. End of The Eater of Dreams by Lafcadio Hearn. Eating in Berlin by Irvin S. Cobb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Roy. Eating in Berlin by Irvin S. Cobb. A humorous view of the natives' wonderful appetites. The average Berliner has a double chin running all the way around and 4 rolls of fat on the back of his neck, all closely clipped and shaved, so as to bring out their full beauty and symmetry. And he has a figure that makes him look as though an earthquake had shaken loose everything on the top floor and it had all fallen through into his dining room. Your true Berliner eats his regular daily meals, 4 in number, and all large ones, and in between times he now and then gathers a bite. For instance, about 10 o'clock in the morning he knocks off for an hour, and has a few cups of hard boiled coffee, and some sweet sticky pastry with whipped cream on it. Then, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he browses a bit, just to keep up his appetite for dinner. This, though, is but a snack, say a school of Bismarck herring and a kraut pie, some more coffee and more cake, and one thing and another, merely a preliminary to the real food, which will be coming along a little later on. Between acts at the theater he excuses himself and goes out and prepares his stomach for supper, which will follow at 11 o'clock, by drinking 2 or 3 steins of thick Munich beer, and nibbling on such small tidbits as a few links of German sausage, or the upper half of a raw Westphalia ham. There are 47 distinct and separate varieties of German sausage, and 3 of them are edible. But the Westphalia ham, in my judgment, is greatly overrated. It is pronounced Westphalier, with the accent on the last part, where it belongs. In Germany, however, there is a pheasant agreeably smothered in young cabbage, which is delicious, and in season plentiful. The only drawback to complete enjoyment of this dish is that the grasping and avaricious German restaurant keeper has the confounded nerve to charge you, in our money, 40 cents for a whole pheasant and half a peck of cabbage, say enough to furnish a full meal for 2 tolerably hungry adults and a child. End of Eating in Berlin by Irvin S. Cobb. From the Saturday Evening Post of 1914.
From rose petals to rose oil, a selection from The Rose, Its History, published by Petko and Orazov, Shippers and Distillers of Genuine Bulgarian Otto of Rose, 1908. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The famous rose gardens of Persia were situated in the neighborhood of Shiraz, the roses grown here being said by Kempfer to excel in profusion and fragrance those of any other locality in Persia. As we speak of the rose as the queen of flowers, so in Persia it is called gul, that is, the flower, without further gratification. The discovery of the separation of the essential oil from the distillation water appears to have been made in or about 1574 by one Geronimo Rossi. It is also described in 1589 by Porta, again by Sulla in 1610. From Persia the industry of distillation spread to India, but so far as we are concerned, the only important development is that which spread to the famous rose gardens of the world, Bulgaria. It is about 220 years ago that the culture of the rose was introduced into Bulgaria, then known as Eastern Rumelia, by a Turkish merchant. The industry was also taken from the African coast to Provence. Today we find the cultivation of the rose established also, to some extent, in Germany, Tunis, Algeria, Egypt, and Morocco. To secure the most successful results in the culture of the rose, several conditions are essential. The soil should be easily permeable to water, hence the sandy slopes of the southern sides of the Balkans are so favorable to good growth. Plenty of fuel and water in the immediate locality is an essential for good results, as the flowers must be distilled very soon after they are picked. In Bulgaria the rose bushes are planted close together, forming compact hedges, in rows of about 50 to 100 yards in length. The full height of the mature plant is 6 to 7 feet. Between each row a space of about 6 feet is left, allowing 2 men to walk abreast. The rose cultivated for Otto in Bulgaria is a variety of Rosa damascena, the red damask rose. It is to be distinguished from the English cabbage rose, Provence rose, Rosa centifolia, which is cultivated for rose perfume in the south of France, by the greater size of its spines, its green bark, elongated fruit, and longer reflexed sepals. Its tendency to develop a second crop of flowers in November exemplifies the tendency which all the descendants of Rosa centifolia have to revert to the original type. It will not be necessary for us to enter into any details of the cultivation of the flower in Germany or France, as what little Otto is produced in these countries is absorbed locally in the main, and the world depends essentially for its supply on the Bulgarian output. We may therefore now pass on to the harvesting and distillation. In very hot summers the harvesting takes place most rapidly, and the whole of the plants may complete their flowering in from 14 to 20 days. But in more normal seasons, with moderate temperatures and warm, frequent rains, the harvest may last a full month. The time of the rose gathering in normal years lies between the 15th and 25th of May, and finishes about the middle of June. Such normal harvests are by far the most profitable to the distillers, and the Otto produced is probably of finer quality than when the distillation has to be forced along too rapidly. For example, if a rapid harvest takes place lasting only 14 days, the same number of stills will have to deal with twice the weight of flowers per day that have to be treated in a harvest lasting a month, and the risk of burning the flowers and so imparting a bad odor to the Otto is great. Women and children usually gather the flowers, and picking commences at daybreak. The flowers are picked with their sepals on, and those are not separated at all, the whole flower being distilled. Roughly 1,000 roses weigh 1 kilogram, and a hectare, about 2.5 acres, yields about 3,000,000 flowers, which yield in their turn about 1 kilo of otto. Thus it takes about 100,000 roses to yield an ounce of otto. Every open or half opened flower is gathered, frequently when the early morning dew is on them, as it is most important that they should not be gathered whilst the heat of the sun is on them. Picking usually continues till 10 or 11 o'clock, or if the day be cloudy, till considerably later. Roses gathered when the sun is hot on them have a comparatively feeble odor, and yield much less otto. The flowers are carried as quickly as possible to the distilleries, where they are distilled as rapidly as possible. In times of very rapid harvests, the flowers come in too rapidly, and the flowers may often be left 24 hours before being distilled. When such is the case, much loss is occasioned, as the flowers deteriorate and lose their fragrance, and often begin to ferment, thus yielding a much inferior otto. The obstruction at the distillery, owing to the number of flowers, may even be so great that all the flowers cannot possibly be distilled, and may have to be thrown away. The few large distilleries not only distill their own roses, but buy all those of the immediate neighbourhood from peasant growers, who have not the good fortune to possess a still. The lack of water is another frequent reason why a peasant has to sell his flowers, as distillation is then impossible. The stills are built up under rough wooden sheds, open on one side. There may be 1 or 2 in a peasant's distillery, or a large number in a row in the case of the merchant distiller. The condensation water is in the more primitive distilleries led by a wooden gutter fixed to the roof, and as it passes each of the condensing tubs, it gives a supply of cold water to each condenser. It is obvious that the best position for the distilling sheds is near a watercourse. In the poorer peasants' farms, the distillation sheds are merely temporary thatched huts put up to last the harvest time. The absence of a water supply, of course, forces a peasant to sell his harvest to the nearest distillery. The stills or alembics are made of sheet copper, and are in the shape of a truncated cone. The body is about 3 feet 6 inches in height, consisting of a bottom piece and a superimposed portion joined at the middle by a tin band. The diameter of the body at this point is about 2 feet 8 inches. The diameter of the neck is about 10 inches. The head somewhat resembles the shape of a mushroom, and is about 12 inches in height. From this head a straight inclined tube leads to a worm condenser in a tub of cold water. The average contents of a still are about 20 gallons, the charge usually being about 10 kilos of flowers and 75 liters of water. A brisk fire is kept up for an hour or 2, and when 10 liters of the liquid have been distilled over, the fire is drawn. At times 15 liters are distilled, but the resulting otto then sometimes contains more stearoptene than usual. The still is then opened, and the exhausted flowers are thrown away, and the residual hot water, made up to 75 liters with cold water, is returned to the still with a fresh charge of flowers. The operation is repeated until about 40 liters of distillate are collected. This is now redistilled, and the first 5 liters collected in a long-necked flask. The remaining 35 liters are used for distilling again with fresh flowers. The 5 liters collected are allowed to stand, and the otto floating on the surface collects in the neck of the flask, from which it is removed by a tiny tin funnel with a very small orifice to allow the water to drain away. It cannot be denied that this method of treating so delicate a flower as the rose by distillation over a naked fire is very primitive and little short of barbarous, but there is no doubt that as the conditions become more favorable, more scientific methods of distillation will be adopted. The details of the distillation are, of course, varied, but the only important variation to which attention need be called is that by which the so-called green otto is obtained. This otto is of a greenish color, and is said to be obtained by allowing the first distillation waters to stand, and the oil floating on the surface is separated without any further distillation of the water. At one time it was a common practice to sprinkle the leaves with so-called Turkish geranium oil, and so obtain a high yield of otto, heavily adulterated. Such practices are, of course, still common, but today one can say with certainty that there are many honest distillers of otto of rose in Bulgaria. So much for the harvesting and distillation of the otto. It is not necessary to deal with the manner in which these operations are carried out in other countries, as their importance in the otto of rose trade is quite insignificant as compared with that of Bulgaria. End of From Rose Petals to Rose Oil, an excerpt from The Rose, Its History, published by Petko and Orozov, Shippers and Distillers of Genuine Bulgarian Otto of Rose, 1908. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
John Johnston of Sault Ste. Marie, A Passage in Canadian History, by William Kingsford, Ottawa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There are many facts that have a bearing upon history, which should be preserved by those who learn them. For what is history but a generalization of several minor narratives turned into one main line of record? There is much in the lives of even the most commonplace which is useful under this aspect, and if care be taken in obtaining the facts correctly, when these several records are grouped together, we have the means of honestly representing a past condition of events, and so profiting by their teaching. There is no particular lesson to be learned in the career of Mr. Johnston, useful and honorable as it was, but there is much in the opinion of the writer worth perpetuating. He has accordingly thrown together the short narrative which follows from papers placed in his hands, which he believes contain only what is well founded and true. He trusts that it may obtain attention and be held of value by those who may read it. It may be a slight, but it is certainly a positive contribution to history, as setting forth the early settlement of the town of Sault Ste. Marie, and being the forerunner of its present characteristic as a depot of Indian trade. It was only a few years ago that it was the Ultima Thule of civilization. The Red River settlement, established by Lord Selkirk in 1821, was far removed from the Sioux. Indeed, at that date it was supplied as a rule from the north by way of York on Hudson Bay and the Nelson River, the old canoe route by the Kaministiquia to the height of land, and by the lakes Shabandowan and Kashabwe, and crossing the watershed by the waters which led to Rainy Lake and the Lake of the Woods. This route was known, but was not used as the ordinary means of communication with Fort Garry, now Winnipeg. For Canada, the Sault Ste. Marie was, until the last few years, the end of civilization, and we proceed to give the life of one of its principal founders. Mr. John Johnston was born in the north of Ireland, of a family of high respectability. He held in his own right the estate of Craig, near Coleraine, not far from the Giant's Causeway. His father, a civil engineer, planned and executed the waterworks at Belfast. His mother was the sister of Lady Mary Saurin, wife of Bishop Saurin, Bishop of Dromore, her brother being at the time Attorney General of Ireland. We cannot tell the precise period of his birth, but he was a young man when, in 1790, public attention in England was strongly directed to Canada. In 1774, what is known as the Quebec Acts were passed by the Imperial Parliament. One established the province of Quebec with a constitution and a form of government. The second dealt with the revenue and means of meeting its expenses. In the intervening period between the conquest and this date, the country had been governed in accordance with a letter of the royal proclamation, and some anxiety was felt as to its scope and power. The English settler required English liberty. The French Canadian, except with some rare exceptions, was literally without ideas of political freedom, and his own personal life was so trammeled that restraint was to him a normal condition of being. He looked with extreme suspicion on any change, and however much he felt the onerous nature of his old government, the distrust that he felt with regard to the new order of things led him to look with disfavor on the changes which had only in view the common advancement and prosperity of the whole people. The English settler, on the other hand, desired a continuance of the political liberty, imperfect as it was, viewed by modern theories, which he held as his birthright. In criminal law there was little divergence of thought. The French Canadian early saw the fairer and more liberal nature of the new system, even with its imperfections of that time. In the laws of property and government there was no concord. In the meantime, the American Revolution had commenced, and ended with the loss of the old colonies. The Quebec Act, therefore, was looked upon unfavorably, and in 1791 the Canada Act was passed, which divided the provinces into Upper and Lower Canada, and remained in operation half a century. Lord Dorchester was the governor, and no less a person than the Duke of Kent, then colonel of the 7th Fusiliers, arrived in Quebec in August of that year. As 90 years later we speak of the gracious and honored lady now amongst us as the Princess, her grandfather was at that date the Prince, doing his duty as an officer of the garrison. No doubt a great impulse was given at home to any proposition to emigrate to Canada. Mr. Johnston was somewhere about 21 when the events we sketch were occurring, and doubtless they had no little influence on his life, for in 1792 he arrived in the country. He was the bearer of letters of introduction to Lord Dorchester, and became his guest, and thus obtained a passport into the best society of the place. It was under these favorable auspices that he became acquainted with some of the leading members of the Northwest Company, and he received an invitation from them to visit their headquarters in Montreal. These were the halcyon days of the Northwest Company. The fur trade had completely recovered from the blow it received at the conquest. Until 1755 or so, the West had been greatly under the control of the French in Canada, and the succeeding wars and the reverses which changed the fate of French Canada had caused it to languish. After the conquest it fell into British hands, and for a time became greatly narrowed. The Indians had been taught to look with suspicion on the British. Their sympathies were entirely French, and hence they were disinclined to enter into new arrangements with the newcomers. In a few years after the establishment of the new order of things, the trade had re-established itself. It was, however, more the proceeding of individual effort than of an organized company. There were to be met, accordingly, all the artifices of competition, according to the scruples of those who practised them. There was the usual effort of traders to outbid each other. Liquor, which the French prohibited, had been introduced to the ruin of the Indian. The scenes which took place after the frequent orgies were marked by all the repellent features which accompany besotted and quarrelsome drunkenness, and in addition to this dark condition of the traffic, feuds broke out when rival traders met, ending not unfrequently in bloodshed. Two parties, representing opposite interests, crossing a common path, each had to trade in the heart of the wilderness, where law was unknown. Power fell often to those who in a pitched fight proved the strongest. To end a condition of affairs which, even in its commercial aspect, threatened only ruin, some merchants of Montreal in 1783 entered into a partnership. A few years after, some of these partnerships were extended, and in 1787 the celebrated Northwest Company was formed. It then consisted of 23 partners, but its staff of agents, factors, clerks, guides, interpreters, and voyageurs amounted to 2,000 persons. The heads of this company were in full ascendency when Mr. Johnston reached Canada. They affected a profuse hospitality, not merely aided by large resources, but they endeavored to mark it by refinement and elegance. Their entertainments were alluded to by Washington Irving, who as yet a stripling youth sat at the hospitable boards of the mighty Northwesters, the lords of the ascendant at Montreal, and gazed with wondering and inexperienced eye at the baronial wassailing, and listened with astonished ear to their talks of hardships and distress. The names of the McTavishes, McGilvarys, and the Mackenzies are still remembered, and representatives of their families are constantly to be met. In those days, the leading partners of the great Northwest were among the magnates of society, and it was in this entourage that Mr. Johnston was thrown when he had to determine the course of his future life. It was under this influence that his mind was excited by the descriptions given of the Indian trade, and he imagined that he saw in its lucrative enterprises a field for his exertions. He accordingly determined to visit Sault Ste. Marie, a journey of a very different character to that taken by the modern traveller. The trader from Montreal nowadays reaches Sarnia in 24 hours, and taking a beady steamer, reaches the Sault by nightfall. That is to say, he makes the Sault in 72 hours. At that date, the Ottawa was the channel of communication. The present generation see little realism in Moore's boat song of "Row, brothers, row," but at the date we speak of it described a well-known phase of voyageur life. St. Anne's Rapid, now spanned by the Grand Trunk Bridge, was the first rapid met by the expedition on leaving Lachine. The course taken was to follow the Ottawa to the Matawan, which was ascended to its source, where the waters falling into Lake Huron were followed, and the passage to the Sault was then made in quiet water. The journey took several weeks. Arrived at Lake Superior, Mr. Johnston commenced prospecting for a habitation. He finally selected La Pointe, on the south shore of Lake Superior, and he determined to establish himself there, to purchase furs, and to pay for them by goods. He obtained his supplies at Montreal, from the mercantile houses there, among whom the then well-known Hebrew firm of David, Davids and Company prominently figured, and he had settled himself down in this wilderness to live an Indian life, to trade in what the region produced, and to reap some of those profits which had so fired his imagination. The Indian chief who was all-powerful in this region was named Wabagy, the White Fisher. His power extended by all accounts down to the Falls of St. Anthony on the Mississippi. His wigwam was then at La Pointe. As the fairy tale says, this chief had one lovely daughter, Oshagashkadagwa, the woman of the Green Mountain, and as a matter of course the trader saw and loved. Mr. Johnston found doubtless the solitude of his life not always pleasant. He had been accustomed to society, and hence he sighed for companionship. One fact, however, is evident. He was not looked upon as a jeune homme à mari. We can find here no trace of mature feminine scheming to obtain a bonne partie. We leave out of sight the history of the courtship, but there can be little doubt that when the Indian chief received the proposition of the newcomer, he looked upon it with some suspicion. The tradition is preserved in the family that the old chief recalled the fact that many white traders had visited the West and obtained young squaws as their wives, and had often deserted them and their children, leaving the whole behind, or brought them to civilization to treat them with cruelty and disregard. Steele's exquisitely told tale in the Spectator of Incal and Yoris, we fear has many a prototype. We have lying before us a speech of the chief, which we are assured has been preserved in the family, and is considered in every sense genuine. Young man, you have come across the Great Salt Lake, and found your way to my country. You have told us that it is your intention to remain here, and to open an honorable trade with us, giving us such goods as we require in exchange for our furs. You further say that you intend to enlarge your trade, and to enable you to do so, you will visit your native land and carry out your intentions. During your absence I will think over your proposal for my daughter, and if, when you return, you are in the same mind, I will then decide as to your marriage." Accordingly, there was no alternative but patience. Mr. Johnston left La Point and returned to Ireland. He sold his estate of Craig, and with the money he received increased his operations. A year elapsed before he was back at Lake Superior, when his offer of marriage was again urged. The chief, it would seem, held that there was proof sufficient of fidelity, and his consent was given. The lady with the difficult name became Mrs. Johnston, bringing with her all the traditions of her ancient Indian lineage and birth, and there is every reason to think that no one of the parties, whose happiness was dependent on this connection, ever looked upon it but with fondness and trust. Waubagee, the Indian chief in question, was a man of no ordinary character. Like most of his race, his feelings and sympathies were with the French. The influence obtained by the French was remarkable, but it can be explained. The Jesuit priest, on one hand, went amongst them and taught them a religion adapted to their intellect. It was accompanied by a pageantry which the Indian love of display could appreciate. The objective side of Roman Catholicism, in its ceremonies and rites, must always be powerful to take the imagination of those who require to be led and controlled, while the philosophic arguments of Protestants exact seriousness, sobriety of thought, and reflection to master and to accept. We can account for the success of Messrs. Moody and Sankey by the appeal to the imagination and feeling, and by inculcating the necessity of earnest prayer as something tangible and plain, and of making imperative the duty of singing as an act of worship, hymns which partake much of the character of the music hall. A man will make an effort for his religion of this kind, which really involves little abnegation and self-sacrifice, and he is easily cheated into the belief that he is religious and devout. That religion which makes unselfish duty to your neighbor and forgiveness of injury a primary principle must often appear too abstract and impossible, and too little emotional. The Jesuit, by the contrary course, obtained the full confidence of the tribes, whom he placed in subjection to his rule. There was another element in the popularity of the French. The coureur de bois became in most cases a part of Indian life. He married a squaw, and adopted the customs of the people. He sunk to their level and assumed their habits. The English traders, on the other hand, were, it is feared, more frequently guilty of conduct which awoke the chief's suspicion when his daughter was asked in marriage. News in those days traveled slowly, but nevertheless they did travel, and the report reached Waubagee that his old friends and allies were sorely pressed by the Bostonnais before Quebec. His duty was plain to him. He summoned his braves, and prepared without delay to go to the assistance of his old friends and allies. He started and reached Quebec to take part in the final struggle, and to see their power forever broken. 30 years had passed since that date, and he had learned in the interval to accept the new order of things. Mr. Johnston's life passed quietly on. He found the Sioux better adapted for his operations, and accordingly he moved there, and established the trade which has since increased to make the Sioux the favorite place it now is. He lived there in a free, hospitable way. His life was happy. He had in the course of time 8 children, and his own leisure and what aid he could obtain were given to the education of his 4 sons and 4 daughters. He was a justice of the peace, and he was living a useful, patriarchal life when the War of 1812 broke out. One of the earliest plans which the genius of Brock had conceived was the taking of Michillimackinac. This post, which is situated in the Straits of Mackinac, on the north of the great peninsula dividing Lake Huron and Mackinac, had been held during the War of Independence by an English garrison, and on the establishment of the boundary was surrendered to the United States. The fort was one of importance, for before the days of steam it commanded the entrance into Lake Michigan. On its transfer, a military post had been established on the Canadian island of St. Joseph, over 50 miles to the northeast. Without delay, when war was declared, Brock directed Captain Roberts, who was the commandant at St. Joseph, to take possession of Michillimackinac. On receiving his instructions, Roberts started the following morning, and the place, which was feebly garrisoned, capitulated without a blow. The surrender of Detroit by the Americans on August 16, 1812, made an effort to retake it impossible, but in 1814 the United States fitted out an expedition to regain it, but the station had been reinforced by the way of Nottawasaga in May. The garrison was even able to be aggressive, and a detachment was detailed for the purpose of attacking Prairie du Chien on the Mississippi, which was taken, and the gunboat which lay there was forced to descend the stream. Mackinac was too important a position for the United States to have in an enemy's possession, and a force, under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Grogan, was sent to retake it, an event which had the most disastrous effect on Mr. Johnston's fortunes. Colonel McDowell, who commanded the British garrison, felt that he had no ordinary task before him, and accordingly sent to Mr. Johnston an urgent appeal for assistance. The distance from St. Joseph's to the Sioux is but trifling, and in quiet water is passed over by a canoe in a few hours. Colonel McDowell's appeal to Mr. Johnston was to bring with him all the men at his command, and at this season he had a large force. Devoted to the mother country, to his mind there was only one course to which honor and duty pointed. He called his men together, about 100, as rapidly as possible, provisioned them, and armed them at his own cost, and embarking on 2 large bateaux, proceeded to Michillimackinac. The American commandant, no doubt fearing a proceeding of this character, or having received intelligence of the reinforcement, dispatched 2 armed gunboats with a force under Major Holmes to intercept it. There are 2 channels to the Sioux, one now followed, which passes by the Nebish Rapids and Lake George, bound on the east by Sugar Island and the St. Mary's River. The second channel leaves the Sioux and passes to the west of Sugar Island, by Hay and Mud Lakes. Whatever the cause, the United States gunboats failed to intercept the relief. It is no unfair inference that Johnston's prudence suggested to him to take the more difficult and less known route; to the men of his party a matter of little moment. To the United States commander it was a serious necessity to follow the known channel. Mr. Johnston took with him his second son George, and arrived safely at Mackinac. His eldest son, a lieutenant in the navy, was then a prisoner at Cincinnati. The United States expedition proceeded to the Sioux. There was no force to oppose them. The powerless women and children could only look on, while Major Holmes plundered Johnston Hall. As there was no fighting, there was loot. The memorandum placed in the hands of the writer runs to the effect that Major Holmes and his men took everything of value, plate, linen, and wearing apparel, and plentifully supplied themselves with provisions. They tore up the floor to see what articles of value were concealed. The stores were filled with goods for distribution among the Indians, many of the bales not having been opened. Everything that was possible to put on board the gunboats was placed there. There was cloth of a finer description. Its ultimate destination was the United States flagship Niagara, where it was divided amongst the officers and men. On the arrival of the force, Mrs. Johnston and her children fled to the woods. She remained there while the enemy was in possession of the property, supporting herself on roots and what she could obtain. Christie, in his history, relates that many of the buildings were reduced to ashes. McMullen tells us that in this raid, where there was not a single military man, all the horses and cattle were killed, and the provisions and garden stuff, which could not be removed, destroyed. Major Holmes returned to join in the assault. It was made on the 4th of August, but it ignominiously failed, the expedition re-embarking, leaving 17 men dead on the shore, among them Major Holmes. His sword was taken from his side, and presented to the second son of the unprotected household he had plundered. The danger at Michillimackinac over, Mr. Johnston returned to the wreck of his property. His loss was considerable. His trade had been extensive, and his private means, which were sufficiently ample, had obtained for him much of the luxury which refined wealth can command. In a few hours the whole had been irretrievably destroyed. It was useless, however, to count the cost. The duty of the hour was to repair the injury. Mr. Johnston was in no way unequal to the occasion. With his old energy and ability, he commenced his business; but the check it received, and the competition which arose, prevented it ever again taking its old form, or attaining its former extent. At the close of the war, Mr. Johnston applied for compensation for his losses, which must have been very heavy. He himself estimated his loss at many thousands of pounds. These war losses were one of the vexed questions of the day, and remained the source of trouble for years. It was Mr. Johnston's fortune never to obtain recognition. He received nothing. There is little doubt that this treatment preyed on his mind, and impaired his health. His nature was exceedingly sensitive, and he could not but feel the ill requital of his services, and the injustice with which his claim for indemnity had been received. But his usefulness was not yet a thing of the past. We cannot enter here into the difficulties which existed between the two rival companies of the Northwest and the Hudson's Bay Company. But when an amicable arrangement was made, he acted as a commissioner in adjustment of the points in dispute, and greatly aided in the settlement secured in 1821, when a coalition of the two companies was effected. He returned to Toronto, then York, where he was the guest of the lieutenant governor, Sir Peregrine Maitland. Subsequently, with Mrs. Johnston, he revisited the mother country, and his eldest daughter Jane, a young girl of surpassing beauty and of great sweetness of disposition, then 12 years of age, accompanied him. In England, both the Duke and Duchess of Northumberland were so charmed with her that they desired to adopt her and make her their heir. Mr. Johnston did not feel justified in accepting their offer. After a year's residence, he returned to Canada with his family, against the wishes of his friends, who were desirous that his daughter should remain to complete her education. But he felt that her fortunes were in Canada, and hence that her presence was called for there. Mr. Johnston was always a man of strong religious convictions. So far as in him lay, he had given a sound education to his children, and the Sunday had been observed at the Sioux by such observances as he could command, he himself generally reading the service of the Church of England, and a sermon or homily, and his room was open to all who saw fit to attend. When in England, he engaged a clergyman to come out with him; but at Quebec, the new incumbent of Sault Ste. Marie heard such accounts of what was then the Far West, that he declined to proceed there. Mr. Johnston had himself to carry on the duty of assembling with his family all who were willing to attend such ministrations as he could give. He was a man of sincere piety, and of unblemished life, and well educated. He continued his course of duty till his death, which occurred in 1828, after an attack of typhoid fever. The family tradition is that the treatment he received on the conclusion of the war permanently affected his health and strength. Of his children, Louis, the eldest son, held the appointment of lieutenant in the navy, and served on board the Queen Charlotte at the period of the defeat of the British squadron by Commodore Perry, in which he was seriously wounded. He was taken prisoner and sent to Cincinnati, where, with several others, he received severe treatment. His family assert that from this he never recovered. After the war, he held an appointment in the Indian Department till his death. He was buried at Amherstburg with military honors. The eldest daughter, Jane, already spoken of as attracting great attention in England, became the wife of Henry Rowe Schoolcraft, the United States Indian agent at Sault Ste. Marie, known as the author of the History of the Indians of North America, published by the United States government. The immense cost of this publication, $650,000, attracted considerable attention at the time. but the book is a valuable addition to Indian archaeology. Mrs. Schoolcraft was a woman of culture, some of her fugitive poems being of a high order. The second daughter, Eliza, now 78 years of age, never married, we believe, and is still living at the Sioux. The third daughter married Archdeacon McMurray of Niagara. At the time of her marriage, September, 1833, her husband was missionary to the Indians on the north shores of Lakes Huron and Superior, being the first clergyman who performed that duty. She died at Niagara in January, 1878. Maria, the youngest daughter, married James Lawrence Schoolcraft, brother of her elder sister's husband. Both are dead. The three sons of Mr. Johnston have also passed away, excepting John McDowell Johnston, who resides at the Sioux on the American shore. End of John Johnston of Sault Ste. Marie, A Passage in Canadian History, by William Kingsford, Ottawa. Read by Phil Schempf.
The Method of Scientific Investigation by Thomas Henry Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abai in September 2017. The Method of Scientific Investigation. The method of scientific investigation is nothing but the expression of the necessary mode of working of the human mind. It is simply the mode at which all phenomena are reasoned about, rendered precise and exact. There is no more difference, but there is just the same kind of difference, between the mental operations of a man of science and those of an ordinary person, as there is between the operations and methods of a baker or of a butcher weighing out his goods in common scales, and the operations of a chemist in performing a difficult and complex analysis by means of his balance and finely graduated weights. It is not that the action of the scales in the one case, and the balance in the other, differ in the principles of their construction or manner of working, but the beam of one is set on an infinitely finer axis than the other, and of course turns by the addition of a much smaller weight. You will understand this better, perhaps, if I give you some familiar example. You have all heard it repeated, I dare say, that men of science work by means of induction and deduction, and that by the help of these operations they, in a sort of sense, wring from nature certain other things, which are called natural laws and causes, and that out of these, by some cunning skill of their own, they build up hypotheses and theories. And it is imagined by many that the operations of the common mind can be by no means compared with these processes, and that they have to be acquired by a sort of special apprenticeship to the craft. To hear all these large words, you would think that the mind of a man of science must be constituted differently from that of his fellow men, but if you will not be frightened by terms, you will discover that you are quite wrong, and that all these terrible apparatus are being used by yourselves every day and every hour of your lives. There is a well-known incident in one of Molière's plays, where the author makes the hero express unbounded delight on being told that he had been talking prose during the whole of his life. In the same way, I trust that you will take comfort, and be delighted with yourselves, on the discovery that you have been acting on the principles of inductive and deductive philosophy during the same period. Probably there is not one here who has not in the course of the day had occasion to set in motion a complex train of reasoning, of the very same kind, though differing of course in degree, as that which a scientific man goes through in tracing the causes of natural phenomena. A very trivial circumstance will serve to exemplify this. Suppose you go into a fruiterer's shop, wanting an apple. You take up one, and, on biting it, you find it is sour. You look at it, and see that it is hard and green. You take up another one, and that, too, is hard, green, and sour. The shopman offers you a third, but before biting it you examine it and find that it is hard and green, and you immediately say that you will not have it, as it must be sour, like those that you have already tried. Nothing can be more simple than that, you think, but if you will take the trouble to analyze and trace out into its logical elements what has been done by the mind, you will be greatly surprised. In the first place, you have performed the operation of induction. You found that, in two experiences, hardness and greenness in apples went together with sourness. It was so in the first case, and it was confirmed by the second. True, it is a very small basis, but still it is enough to make an induction form. You generalize the facts, and you expect to find sourness in apples where you get hardness and greenness. You found upon that a general law that all hard and green apples are sour, and that, so far as it goes, is a perfect induction. Well, having got your natural law in this way, when you are offered another apple which you find is hard and green, you say, all hard and green apples are sour. This apple is hard and green, therefore this apple is sour. That train of reasoning is what logicians call a syllogism, and has all its various parts and terms, its major premise, its minor premise, and its conclusion. And by the help of further reasoning, which, if drawn out, would have to be exhibited in 2 or 3 other syllogisms, you arrive at your final determination, I will not have that apple. So that, you see, you have, in the first place, established a law by induction, and upon that you have founded a deduction, and reasoned out the special particular case. Well now, suppose, having got your conclusion of the law, that at some time afterwards you are discussing the qualities of apples with a friend, you will say to him, it is a very curious thing, but I find that all hard and green apples are sour. Your friend says to you, but how do you know that? You at once reply, oh, because I have tried them over and over again, and have always found them to be so. Well, if we were talking science instead of common sense, we should call that an experimental verification. And if still opposed, you go further and say, I have heard from the people in Somersetshire and Devonshire, where a large number of apples are grown, that they have observed the same thing. It is also found to be the case in Normandy and in North America. In short, I find it to be the universal experience of mankind wherever attention has been directed to the subject. Whereupon your friend, unless he is a very unreasonable man, agrees with you, and is convinced that you are quite right in the conclusion you have drawn. He believes, although perhaps he does not know he believes it, that the more extensive verifications are, that the more frequently experiments have been made, and results of the same kind arrived at, that the more varied the conditions under which the same results are attained, the more certain is the ultimate conclusion, and he disputes the question no further. He sees that the experiment has been tried under all sorts of conditions, as to time, place, and people, with the same result, and he says with you, therefore, that the law you have laid down must be a good one, and he must believe it. In science we do the same thing. The philosopher exercises precisely the same faculties, though in a much more delicate manner. In scientific inquiry it becomes a matter of duty to expose a supposed law to every possible kind of verification, and to take care, moreover, that this is done intentionally, and not left to a mere accident as in the case of the apples. And in science, as in common life, our confidence in a law is in exact proportion to the absence of variation in the result of our experimental verifications. For instance, if you let go your grasp of an article you may have in your hand, it will immediately fall to the ground. That is a very common verification of one of the best established laws of nature, that of gravitation. The method by which men of science establish the existence of that law is exactly the same as that by which we have established the trivial proposition about the sourness of hard and green apples. but we believe it in such an extensive, thorough, and unhesitating manner, because the universal experience of mankind verifies it, and we can verify it ourselves at any time, and that is the strongest possible foundation on which any natural law can rest. So much, then, by way of proof that the method of establishing laws in science is exactly the same as that pursued in common life. Let us now turn to another matter, though really it is but another phase of the same question, and that is the method by which, from the relations of certain phenomena, we prove that some stand in the position of causes towards the others. I want to put the case clearly before you, and I will therefore show you what I mean by another familiar example. I will suppose that one of you, on coming down in the morning to the parlor of your house, finds that a teapot and some spoons which had been left in the room on the previous evening are gone. The window is open, and you observe the mark of a dirty hand on the window frame, and perhaps, in addition to that, you notice the impress of a hobnailed shoe on the gravel outside. All these phenomena have struck your attention instantly, and before 2 seconds have passed you say, "Oh, somebody has broken open the window, entered the room, and run off with the spoons and the teapot." That speech is out of your mouth in a moment, and you will probably add, "I know there has, I'm quite sure of it." You mean to say exactly what you know, but in reality you are giving expression to what is, in all essential particulars, a hypothesis. You do not know it at all. It is nothing but a hypothesis rapidly framed in your own mind. And it is a hypothesis founded on a long train of inductions and deductions. What are those inductions and deductions, and how have you got at this hypothesis? You have observed in the first place that the window is open, but by a train of reasoning involving many inductions and deductions, you have probably arrived long before at the general law, and a very good one it is, that windows do not open of themselves, and you therefore conclude that something has opened the window. A second general law that you have arrived at in the same way is, that teapots and spoons do not go out of a window spontaneously, and you are satisfied that, as they are not now where you left them, they have been removed. In the third place, you look at the marks on the window-sill and the shoe marks outside, and you say that in all previous experience the former kind of mark has never been produced by anything else but the hand of a human being, and the same experience shows that no other animal but man at present wears shoes with hobnails in them, such as would produce the marks in the gravel. I do not know, even if we could discover any of those missing links that are talked about, that they would help us to any other conclusion. At any rate, the law which states our present experience is strong enough for my present purpose. You next reach the conclusion that, as these kind of marks have not been left by any other animal than man, or are liable to be formed in any other way than a man's hand and shoe, the marks in question have been formed by a man in that way. You have, further, a general law, founded on observation and experience, and that too is, I am sorry to say, a very universal and unimpeachable one, that some men are thieves, and you assume at once from all these premises, and that is what constitutes your hypothesis, that the man who made the marks outside and on the window-sill opened the window, got into the room, and stole your teapot and spoons. You have now arrived at a vera causa. You have assumed a cause, which, it is plain, is competent to produce all the phenomena you have observed. You can explain all these phenomena only by the hypothesis of a thief. But that is a hypothetical conclusion, of the justice of which you have no absolute proof at all. It is only rendered highly probable by a series of inductive and deductive reasonings. I suppose your first action, assuming that you are a man of ordinary common sense, and that you have established this hypothesis to your own satisfaction, will very likely be to go off for the police, and set them on the track of the burglar, with the view to the recovery of your property. But just as you are starting with this object, some person comes in, and on learning what you are about says, "My good friend, you are going on a great deal too fast. How do you know that the man who really made the marks took the spoons? It might have been a monkey that took them, and the man may have merely looked in afterwards." You would probably reply, "Well, that is all very well, but you see it is contrary to all experience of the way teapots and spoons are abstracted, so that at any rate your hypothesis is less probable than mine." While you are talking the thing over in this way, another friend arrives, one of the good kind of people that I was talking of a little while ago. And he might say, "Oh, my dear sir, you are certainly going on a great deal too fast. You are most presumptuous. You admit that all these occurrences took place when you were fast asleep, at a time when you could not possibly have known anything about what was taking place. How do you know that the laws of nature are not suspended during the night? It may be that there has been some kind of supernatural interference in this case." In point of fact, he declares that your hypothesis is one of which you cannot at all demonstrate the truth, and that you are by no means sure that the laws of nature are the same when you are asleep as when you are awake. Well now, you cannot at the moment answer that kind of reasoning. You feel that your worthy friend has you somewhat at a disadvantage. You will feel perfectly convinced in your own mind, however, that you are quite right, and you say to him, "My good friend, I can only be guided by the natural probabilities of the case, and if you will be kind enough to stand aside and permit me to pass, I will go and fetch the police." Well, we will suppose that your journey is successful, and that by good luck you meet with a policeman, that eventually the burglar is found with your property on his person, and the marks correspond to his hand and to his boots. Probably any jury would consider those facts a very good experimental verification of your hypothesis, touching the cause of the abnormal phenomena observed in your parlor, and would act accordingly. Now, in this supposititious case I have taken phenomena of a very common kind, in order that you might see what are the different steps in an ordinary process of reasoning, if you will only take the trouble to analyze it carefully. All the operations I have described, you will see, are involved in the mind of any man of sense, in leading him to a conclusion as to the course he should take in order to make good a robbery and punish the offender. I say that you are led, in that case, to your conclusion by exactly the same train of reasoning as that which a man of science pursues when he is endeavoring to discover the origin and laws of the most occult phenomena. The process is, and always must be, the same, and precisely the same mode of reasoning was employed by Newton and Laplace in their endeavours to discover and define the causes of the movements of the heavenly bodies, as you, with your own common sense, would employ to detect a burglar. The only difference is, that the nature of the inquiry being more abstruse, every step has to be most carefully watched, so that there may not be a single crack or flaw in your hypothesis. A flaw or crack in many of the hypotheses of daily life may be of little or no moment as affecting the general correctness of the conclusions at which we may arrive. But, in a scientific inquiry, a fallacy, great or small, is always of importance, and is sure to be in the long run constantly productive of mischievous, if not fatal results. Do not allow yourselves to be misled by the common notion that an hypothesis is untrustworthy simply because it is a hypothesis. It is often urged, in respect to some scientific conclusion, that, after all, it is only a hypothesis. But what more have we to guide us in 9/10 of the most important affairs of daily life than hypotheses, and often very ill-based ones? So that in science, where the evidence of a hypothesis is subjected to the most rigid examination, we may rightly pursue the same course. You may have hypotheses and hypotheses. A man may say, if he likes, that the moon is made of green cheese. That is a hypothesis. But another man who has devoted a great deal of time and attention to the subject, and availed himself of the most powerful telescopes, and the results of the observations of others, declares that in his opinion it is probably composed of materials very similar to those of which our own earth is made up, and that is also only a hypothesis. But I need not tell you that there is an enormous difference in the value of the two hypotheses. That one which is based on sound scientific knowledge is sure to have a corresponding value, and that which is a mere hasty random guess is likely to have but little value. Every great step in our progress in discovering causes has been made in exactly the same way as that which I have detailed to you. A person observing the occurrence of certain facts and phenomena asks, naturally enough, what process, what kind of operation known to occur in nature, applied to the particular case, will unravel and explain the mystery? Hence you have the scientific hypothesis, and its value will be proportionate to the care and completeness with which its basis has been tested and verified. It is in these matters as in the commonest affairs of practical life. The guess of the fool will be folly, while the guess of the wise man will contain wisdom. In all cases, you see that the value of the result depends on the patience and faithfulness with which the investigator applies to his hypothesis every possible kind of verification. End of The Method of Scientific Investigation by Thomas Henry Huxley.
Interview of Mrs. Many Folks by the Work Projects Administration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. Interview of Mrs. Many Folks from The Slave Narratives, Virginia, by the Work Projects Administration. 459 East Burns Street, Petersburg, Virginia, by Susie Bird, March 5, 1937. I was born the 25th of December, and I am 77 years old. My mother was a slave, and she belonged to Dick Belcher in Chesterfield County. Old Dick sold us again to Galasp Graves. 'Member now, 15 of mother's children went with her, having the same master. Honey, I don't like to talk about them times, 'cause my mother did suffer misery. You know there was an overseer who used to tie mother up in the barn with a rope around her arms up over her head while she stood on a block. Soon as they got her tied, this block was moved and her feet dangled, you know, couldn't tetch the floor. This old man now would start beating her naked till the blood run down her back to her heels. I took and seed the whelps and scars for my own self. With these here two eyes was a whip like they used to use on horses. It was a piece of leather about as wide as my hand from little finger to thumb. After they had beat my mama all day, wanted another overseer. Lord, Lord, I hate white people, and the flood waters gwine drown some more. Well, honey, this man would bathe her in salt and water. Don't you know dem places was a hurtin'? I asked my mother what you done for en to beat and do her so. She said nothing, t'other than she refused to be wife to dis man. And mama say, if he didn't treat her dis way a dozen times, it wasn't nary one. Mind you, now mama's master didn't know dis was going on. You know, if slaves would tell, why dem overseers would kill 'em. And she said that they used to have meetings and sing and pray, and the old patterollers would hit 'em. So to keep the sound from going out, slaves would put a great big iron pot at the door. And you know sometimes they would forget to put old pot dar, and the patterollers would come and horsewhip every last one of 'em, just 'cause poor souls were praying to God to free 'em from dat awful bondage. Ha, ha, ha! Dar was one old brother who studied for 'em one day and told all de slaves how to get even wid 'em. He told 'em to tie grapevines and other vines across the road. Den when de paddy rollers come galantin' wid their horses, running so fast you see dem vines would tangle 'em up and cause the horses to stumble and fall, and lots of times hadly dey would break deir legs, and horses too. One interval, one old poor devil got tangled so and de horse kept a carryin' him till he fell off horse, and next day a sucker was found in road whar dem vines was wined round his neck so many times, yes, had choked him, dey said. He totally dead. Serve him right 'cause dem old white folks treated us so mean. Well, sometimes, you know dey would, the others of 'em keep goin' till dey find while dis meeting was gwine on. Dey would come in and start whipping and beating the slaves unmerciful. All dis was done to keep yo' from serving God, and do you know, some of dem devils was mean and sinful enough to say, if I catch you here again serving God, I'll beat you. You haven't time to serve God. We bought you to serve us. Mm. God's gwine rob dem wicked masters. If it 'tain't 'em what gets hit, hit's gonna fall on deir chillun. In dem back days, child, meetings was carried on just like we do today, somewhatly. Only difference is the slave dat knowed the most 'bout de Bible would tell and explain what God had told him in a vision. Yo' young folks say dream dat dis freedom would come to pass, and den dey prayed fer dis vision to come to pass, and dar's whar de paddy rollers would whip 'em again. Lord, Lord, dey pew, baby, I just know I could if I knowed how to write, and had a little learning. I could put off a book on dis here situation. You know what I mean 'bout des way back questions yo' is a asking me to tell yo' 'bout, as fur as I can recollect in my mind. When Graves bought us, he sold three of us, and three slaves. My brother and sister went down south. Muma said to do de cotton country, and too, she say, they were made to work in the cotton fields by their new master, out in dem white fields in the brawling sun from the time it breaked day till yo' couldn't see at night, and yes indeedy, and if God isn't my righteous judge, they were given not half to eat. No, not no to eat. Dey was beaten if dey asked for any more. As to marriage, when a slave wanted to marry, why, he would just ask his master to go over and ask de t'other master could he take unto himself dis certain gal fer a wife. Mind you now, all de slaves dat master called out of quarters, and he'd make 'em line up, see, stand in a row like soldiers, and de slave man is wid his master when dis asking is gwine on, and he pulls de gal to him he wants, and de master den make both jump over broomstick, and after dey does, dey is pronounced man and wife, both stayin' wid same masters. I mean of John marries Sally, John stay wid his old master, and Sal wid hers, but had privilege, you know, like married folks, and her chillun were born all of 'em, no matter how many, belonged to de master while de woman stayed. If I ain't made a mistake, I think it was in April when de war surrendered, and muma and all us was turned aloose in May. Yes, dat old wench, a old heifer, old child, it makes my blood bile when I think 'bout it. Yes, she kept muma ignorant, didn't tell her nothin' 'bout bein' free till den in May. Den her mistress, Miss Betsy Godsey, told her she was free, and she, muma, could cook for her just the same dat she would give her somethin' to eat and help clothe us chillun, dat was if Mama continued to stay with her and work. You see, we didn't have nothing and know where to go. So we all, just took and stayed till we was able, with God's help, to pull ourselves together. But my God, it was 'gainst our will. But baby couldn't help ourselves. My father's master told him he could farm one half for the t'other, and when time rolled round for them dividin' crops, he took and give to him his part like any honest man would do. Ah, Lord child, dem was terrible times too. Oh, it makes me shudder when I think of some slaves had to stay in de woods and get 'long best way dey could, after freedom done been 'clared. You see slaves who had mean master would rather be dar dan whar dey lived. By and by God opened a way and dey got with other slaves who had huts. You see, after the surrender no white folks could keep slaves, do you know, even now, honey, and dat done been way back yonder. Dese old white folks think us poor colored people is made to work and slave for them. Look, dey ain't give you no wages worth nothing. Gal cook all week for $2 and $3. How can you live off it? How can you? My father waited on soldiers, and after de surrender they carried him and his brother as far as Washington, D.C. I think we all used to say den, Washington City. Ain't you done heard folks talk about dat city? 'Tis a great big city. Dass where de president of dis here country stay, and in back days it was known as Vitin Lyn for de North and South. I done hear dem white folks tell all 'bout dem things. De slang. As I was telling you, his brother was kept, but dey sent father back home. Uncle Spencer was left in Prince Williams County. All his children are still dar. I don't know de name of Yankee who carried him off. Lord, Lord, honey, dem times too over sad, 'cause Yankees took lots of slaves away and dey made homes, and whole heap of families lost sight of each other. I know of a case where after it was 10 years a brother and sister lived side by side and didn't know dey was blood kin. My views 'bout de chillun in dem back days is dat dese here chillun what is now comin' up is too pizen brazen for me. No, just lemme tell you how I did. I married when I was 14 years old. So help me God, I didn't know what marriage meant. I had an idea when you loved a man, you and he could be married and his wife had to cook, clean up, wash, and iron for him was all. I slept in bed, he on his side and I on mine, for 3 months, and dis ain't no lie. Miss Sue, he never got close to me, 'cause muma had said, don't let nobody bother yo' principal, 'cause dat was all yo' had. I obey my muma, and told him so, and I said to go and ask muma, and ef she said he could get close to me, it was all right, and he and I went together to see and ask muma. Den mama say, come here, chillun, and she began telling me to please my husband, and 'twas my duty as a wife, that he had married a perfect lady. Dese here chillun don't think of their principle, run perfectly wild. Old women too, they ain't all of 'em true to one, but have two. Just what is getting into dis generation. Is hit the world comin' to an end? Ha ha ha! I'm goin' to tell you somethin' else. I had a young man to come see me one evening, and he said dis to me, Miss Maud, let me jin my fence to your plantation. I give him his hat. I say, no, yo go your way, and I go mine. I was through with him, and mind you, I from dat day till dis ain't knowed what he was talking 'bout, and was ashamed to ask muma, but I thought he insulted me. I didn't never go to school, had to work and am working now and when hit breaks good weather, I go fishing. And who works dat big garden out dar? Nobody but me. You know I'm mother of 11 chillun, and 'tis 7 living, and 4 of dem dead. End of interview with Mrs. Minnie Folks of Petersburg, Virginia, by the Work Projects Administration.
Poetry for Poetry's Sake. An inaugural lecture delivered on June 5, 1901, by A.C. Bradley, Professor of Poetry in the University of Oxford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Poetry for Poetry's Sake. One who, after 20 years, is restored to the university where he was taught and first tried to teach, and who has received at the hands of his alma mater an honor of which he never dreamed, is tempted to speak both of himself and of her. But I remember that you have come to listen to my thoughts about a great subject, and not to my feelings about myself, and of Oxford. Who that holds this professorship could dare to speak, when he recalls the exquisite verse in which one of his predecessors described her beauty, and the prose in which he gently touched on her illusions, and protested that they were as nothing when set against her age-long warfare with the Philistine? How, again, remembering him and others, should I venture to praise my predecessors? It would be pleasant to do so, and even pleasanter to me and you if, instead of lecturing, I quoted to you some of their best passages. But I could not do this for 5 years. Sooner or later my own words would have to come, and the inevitable contrast. Not to sharpen it now, I will be silent concerning them also, and will only assure you that I do not forget them, or the greatness of the honor of succeeding them, or the responsibility which it entails. Since I left Oxford, one change has taken place in its educational system which may be thought to affect the professorship of poetry. A school of English language and literature has been founded, and has attracted a fair number of candidates. Naturally, I rejoice in this change, knowing from experience the value of these studies, and knowing also from experience, if I may speak boldly, how idle is that dream which flits about in Oxford and whispers that the mastering of Old English, on the basis of Teutonic phonology, and the conquest of the worlds opened by Chaucer and Shakespeare and Swift and Burke and 20 more, is a business too slight and a discipline not severe enough for undergraduates. I should be glad to lighten their labors, and, if it should seem advisable to those who can judge, I propose to give in one of the 3 terms of the year, in addition to my statutory lecture, a few others intended specially for those who are reading for the School of English. I wish I could do more, but I resigned my chair in Glasgow with a view to work of another kind, and I could not have parted from my students there, to whom I am bound by ties of the most grateful affection, in order to take up similar duties, even in the University of Oxford. The charming poem with which my predecessor opened his literary career, and his admirable contributions to poetical history and criticism, prove that it would have been easy to him to devote his lectures to the interpretation of particular poets and poems. I believe, however, that he thought it better to confine himself chiefly to questions in poetics and aesthetics. I can well understand his choice, but, partly because he made it, I propose to make another, and to discuss these questions, if at all, only as they are illustrated by particular writers and works. Still, in an inaugural lecture, it is customary to take some wider subject, and so I fear you may have today to lament the truth of Addison's remark, "There is nothing in nature so irksome as general discourses, especially when they turn chiefly upon words." Mine turns entirely upon words. The words "poetry for poetry's sake" recall the famous phrase "art for art." It is far from my purpose to examine the possible meanings of that phrase, or all the questions it involves. I propose to state briefly what I understand by "poetry for poetry's sake," and then, after guarding against 1 or 2 misapprehensions of the formula, to consider more fully a single problem connected with it. And I must premise, without attempting to justify them, certain explanations. We are to consider poetry in its essence, and apart from the flaws which in most poems accompany their poetry. We are to include in the idea of poetry the metrical form, and not to regard this as a mere accident or a mere vehicle. And, finally, poetry being poems, we are to think of a poem as it actually exists, and, without aiming here at accuracy, we may say that an actual poem is the succession of experiences, sounds, images, thoughts, emotions, through which we pass when we are reading as poetically as we can. Of course this imaginative experience, if I may use the phrase for brevity, differs with every reader and every time of reading. A poem exists in innumerable degrees. But that insurmountable fact lies in the nature of things and does not concern us now. What then does the formula, poetry for poetry's sake, tell us about this experience? It says, as I understand it, these things. First, this experience is an end in itself, is worth having on its own account, has an intrinsic value. Next, its poetic value is this intrinsic worth alone. Poetry may have also an ulterior value as a means to culture or religion. Because it conveys instruction, or softens the passions, or furthers a good cause. Because it brings the poet fame, or money, or a quiet conscience. So much the better. Let it be valued for these reasons too. But its ulterior worth neither is, nor can directly determine its poetic work as a satisfying imaginative experience, and this is to be judged entirely from within. And to these two positions the formula would add, though not of necessity, a third. The consideration of ulterior ends, whether by the poet in the act of composing or by the reader in the act of experiencing, tends to lower poetic value. It does so because it tends to change the nature of poetry by taking it out of its own atmosphere. For its nature is to be not a part, nor yet a copy, of the real world, as we commonly understand that phrase, but to be a world by itself, independent, complete, autonomous. And to possess it fully you must enter that world, conform to its laws, and ignore for the time the beliefs, aims, and particular conditions which belong to you in the other world of reality. Of the more serious apprehensions to which these statements may give rise, I will glance only at one or two. The offensive consequences often drawn from the formula, art for art, will be found to attach not to the doctrine that art is an end in itself, but to the doctrine that art is the whole or supreme end of human life. And as this latter doctrine, which seems to me absurd, is in any case quite different from the former, its consequences fall outside my subject. The formula, poetry is an end in itself, has nothing to say on the many questions of moral judgment which arise from the fact that poetry has its place in a many-sided life. For anything it says, the intrinsic value of poetry might be so small, and its ulterior effects so mischievous, that it had better not exist. The formula only tells us that we must not place in antithesis poetry and human good, for poetry is one kind of human good, and that we must not determine the intrinsic value of this kind of good by direct reference to another. If we do, we shall find ourselves maintaining what we did not expect. If poetic value lies in the stimulation of religious feelings, Lead, Kindly Light is no better a poem than many a tasteless version of a psalm. If in the excitement of patriotism, why is Scots Wha Hae superior to We Don't Want to Fight? If in the mitigation of the passions, the odes of Sappho will win but little praise. If in instruction, Armstrong's Art of Preserving Health should win much. Again, our formula may be accused of cutting poetry away from its connection with life. And this accusation raises so huge a problem that I must ask leave to be dogmatic as well as brief. There is plenty of connection between life and poetry, but it is, so to say, a connection underground. The two may be called different forms of the same thing, one of them having, in the usual sense, reality, but seldom fully satisfying imagination, while the other offers something which satisfies imagination but has not, in the usual sense, full reality. They are parallel developments which nowhere meet, or, if I may use incorrectly a word which will be useful later, they are analogues. Hence we understand one by help of the other, and even, in a sense, care for one because of the other. And hence, also, poetry neither is life nor, strictly speaking, a copy of it. They differ not only because one has more mass and the other a more perfect shape, but they have different kinds of existence. The one touches us as beings occupying a given position in space and time, and having feelings, desires, and purposes due to that position. It appeals to imagination, but appeals to much besides. What meets us in poetry has not a position in the same series of time and space, or, if it has, or had such a position, is taken apart from much that belonged to it there, and therefore it makes no direct appeal to those feelings, desires, or purposes, but speaks only to contemplative imagination, imagination the reverse of empty or emotionless, imagination saturated with the results of real experience, but still contemplative. Thus, no doubt, one main reason why poetry has poetic value for us is that it presents to us in its own way something which we meet in another form in nature or life. And yet the test of its poetic value lies simply in the question whether it satisfies our imagination, the rest of us, our knowledge or conscience, for example, judging it only so far as they appear transmuted in our imagination. So also Shakespeare's knowledge, or his moral insight, Milton's greatness of soul, Shelley's hate of hate and love of love, and that desire to help men by his poetry which influenced this poet or that, not, surely, in the process of composition, but in hours of meditation. All these have, as such, no poetical worth. They have that worth only when, passing through the unity of the poet's being, they reappear as qualities of imagination, and then are indeed mighty powers in the world of poetry. I come to a third misapprehension, and so to my main subject. This formula, it is said, empties poetry of its meaning. It is really a doctrine of form for form's sake. It matters not what a poet says, so long as he says the thing well. The what is poetically indifferent, it is the how that counts. Matter, subject, content, substance, determines nothing. There is no subject with which poetry may not deal. The form, the treatment, is everything. Nay, more. Not only is the matter indifferent, but it is the secret of art to eradicate the matter by means of the form. Phrases and statements like these meet us everywhere in current criticism of literature and the other arts. They are the stock in trade of writers who understand of them little more than the fact that somehow or other they are not bourgeois. But we find them also seriously used by writers whom we must respect, whether they are anonymous or not. Something like one or another of them might be quoted, for example, from Professor Saintsbury, the late R.A.M. Stevenson, Schiller, Goethe himself, and they are the watchwords of a school in the one country where aesthetics has flourished. They come, as a rule, from men who either practice one of the arts, or from study of it, are interested in its methods. The general reader, a being so general that I may say what I will of him, is outraged by them. He feels that he is being robbed of almost all that he cares for in a work of art. "You are asking me," he says, "to look at the Dresden Madonna as if it were a Persian rug. You are telling me that the poetic value of Hamlet lies solely in its style and versification, and that my interest in the man and his fate is only an intellectual or moral interest. You pretend that, if I want to enjoy the poetry of Crossing the Bar, I must not mind what Tennyson says there, but must consider solely how he says it. But in that case I can care no more for a poem than I do for a set of nonsense verses. And I do not believe that the authors of Hamlet and Crossing the Bar regarded their poems thus." These antitheses of subject, matter, substance on the one side, form, treatment, handling on the other, are the field through which I especially want in this lecture to indicate a way. It is a field of battle, and the battle is waged for no trivial cause. But the cries of the combatants are terribly ambiguous. Those phrases of the so-called formalist may each mean 5 or 6 different things. If they mean one, they seem to me chiefly true. Taken as the general reader not unnaturally takes them, they seem to me false and mischievous. It would be absurd to pretend that I can end in a few minutes a controversy which concerns the ultimate nature of art, and leads perhaps to problems not yet soluble, but we can at least draw some plain distinctions which, in this controversy, are too often confused. In the first place, then, let us take subject in one particular sense. Let us understand by it that which we have in view when, looking at the title of a poem, we say that the poet has chosen this or that for his subject. The subject, in this sense, so far as I can discover, is generally something, real or imaginary, as it exists in the mind of fairly cultivated people. The subject of Paradise Lost would be the story of the fall, as that story exists in the general imagination of a Bible reading people. The subject of Shelley's stanzas to a Skylark would be the ideas which arise in the mind of an educated person when, without knowing the poem, he hears the word skylark. If the title of a poem conveys little or nothing to us, the subject appears to be either what we should gather by investigating the title in a dictionary or other book of the kind, or else such a brief suggestion as might be offered by a person who had read the poem, and who said, for example, that the subject of The Ancient Mariner was a sailor who killed an albatross and suffered for his deed. Now the subject, in this sense, and I intend to use this word in no other, is not, as such, inside the poem, but outside it. The content of the stanzas to a Skylark are not the ideas suggested by the word skylark to the average man. They belong to Shelley just as much as the language does. The subject, therefore, is not the matter of the poem at all, and its opposite is not the form of the poem, but the whole poem. The subject is one thing, the poem, matter and form alike, another thing. This being so, it is surely obvious that the poetic value cannot lie in the subject, but lies entirely in its opposite, the poem. How can the subject determine the value when on one and the same subject poems may be written of all degrees of merit and demerit, or when a perfect poem may be composed on a subject so slight as a pet sparrow, and, if Macaulay may be trusted, a nearly worthless poem on a subject so stupendous as the omnipresence of the Deity? The formalist is here perfectly right, nor is he insisting on something unimportant. He is contending against our tendency to take the work of art as a mere copy or reminder of something already in our heads, or at the best as a suggestion of some idea as little removed as possible from the familiar. The sightseer who promenades a picture gallery, remarking that this portrait is so like his cousin, or that landscape the very image of his birthplace, or who, after satisfying himself that one picture is about Elijah, passes on rejoicing to discover the subject, and nothing but the subject, of the next. What is he but an extreme example of this tendency? Well, but the very same tendency vitiates much of our criticism. Much criticism of Shakespeare, for example, which, with all its cleverness and partial truth, still shows that the critic never passed from his own mind into Shakespeare's, and it may still be traced even in so fine a critic as Coleridge, as when he dwarfs the sublime struggle of Hamlet into the image of his own unhappy weakness. Hazlitt by no means escaped its influence. Only the third of that great trio, Lamb, appears almost always to have rendered the conception of the composer. Again, it is surely true that we cannot determine beforehand what subjects are fit for art, or name any subject on which a good poem might not possibly be written. To divide subjects into two groups, the beautiful or elevating, and the ugly or vicious, and to judge poems according as their subjects belong to one of these groups or the other, is to fall into the same pit, to confuse with our preconceptions the meaning of the poet. What the thing is in the poem he is to be judged by, not by the thing as it was before he touched it. And how can we venture to say beforehand that he cannot make a true poem out of something which to us was merely alluring or dull or revolting? The question whether, having done so, he ought to publish his poem, whether the thing in the poet's work will not be still confused by the incompetent Puritan or the incompetent sensualist with the thing in his mind, does not touch this point. It is a further question, one of ethics, not of art. No doubt the upholders of art for art's sake will generally be in favor of the courageous course of refusing to sacrifice the better or stronger part of the public to the weaker or worse, but their maxim in no way binds them to this view. Dante Rossetti suppressed one of the best of his sonnets, a sonnet chosen for admiration by Tennyson, himself extremely sensitive about the moral effect of poetry. Suppressed it, I believe, because it was called fleshly. One may regret Rossetti's judgment and at the same time admire his scrupulousness. But in any case he judged in his capacity of citizen, not in his capacity of artist. So far, then, the formalist appears to be right. But he goes too far, I think, if he maintains that the subject is indifferent and that all subjects are the same to poetry. And he does not prove his point by observing that a good poem might be written on a pin's head and a bad one on the fall of man. That shows that the subject settles nothing, but not that it counts for nothing. The fall of man is really a more favourable subject than a pin's head. The fall of man, that is to say, offers opportunities of poetic effects wider in range and more penetrating in appeal. And the truth is that such a subject, as it exists in the general imagination, has some aesthetic value before the poet touches it. It is, as you may choose to call it, an inchoate poem, or the débris of a poem. It is not an abstract idea or a bare isolated fact, but an assemblage of figures, scenes, actions, and events, which already appeal to emotional imagination, and it is already in some degree organized and formed. In spite of this, a bad poet would make a bad poem on it, but then we should say he was unworthy of the subject. And we should not say this if he wrote a bad poem on a pin's head. Conversely, a good poem on a pin's head would almost certainly revolutionize its subject far more than a good poem on the fall of man. It might transform its subject so completely that we should say, the subject may be a pin's head, but the substance of the poem has very little to do with it. This brings us to another and different antithesis. Those figures, scenes, events that form part of the subject called the fall of man are not the substance of Paradise Lost. But in Paradise Lost there are figures, scenes, and events resembling them in some degree. These, with much more of the same kind, may be described as its substance, and may then be contrasted with the measured language of the poem, which will be called its form. Subject is the opposite not of form, but of the whole poem. Substance is within the poem, and its opposite, form, is also within the poem. I am not criticizing this antithesis at present, but evidently it is quite different from the other. It is practically the distinction used in the old-fashioned criticism of epic and drama, and it flows down, not unsullied, from Aristotle. Addison, for example, in examining Paradise Lost, considers in order the fable, the characters, the sentiments. These will be the substance. Then he considers the language, that is, the style and numbers. This will be the form. In like manner, the substance or meaning of a lyric may be distinguished from the form. Now, I believe it will be found that a large part of the controversy we are dealing with arises from a confusion between these two distinctions of substance and form, and of subject and poem. The extreme formalist lays his whole weight on the form because he thinks its opposite is the mere subject. The general reader is angry, but makes the same mistake, and gives the subject praises that rightly belong to the substance. I will read an example of what I mean. I can only explain the following words of a good critic by supposing for the moment that he has fallen into this confusion. The mere matter of all poetry, to wit, the appearances of nature and the thoughts and feelings of men, being unalterable, it follows that the difference between poet and poet will depend upon the manner of each in applying language, metre, rhyme, cadence, and what not to this invariable material. What has become here of the substance of Paradise Lost? The story, scenery, characters, sentiments as they are in the poem. They have vanished clean away. Nothing is left but the form on one side, and on the other not even the subject, but a supposed invariable material, the appearances of nature and the thoughts and feelings of men. Is it surprising that the whole value should then be found in the form? So far, we have assumed that this antithesis of substance and form is valid, and that it always has one meaning. In reality it has several, but we will leave it in its present shape, and pass to the question of its validity. And this question we are compelled to raise because we have to deal with the two contentions that the poetic value lies wholly or mainly in the substance, and that it lies wholly or mainly in the form. Now these contentions, whether false or true, may seem at least to be clear, but we shall find, I think, that they are both of them false, or both of them nonsense. False if they concern anything outside the poem, nonsense if they apply to something in it. For what do they evidently imply? They imply that there are in a poem two parts, factors or components, a substance and a form, and that you can conceive them distinctly and separately, so that when you are speaking of the one you are not speaking of the other. Otherwise how can you ask the question, in which of them does the value lie? But really in a poem, apart from defects, there are no such factors or components, and therefore it is strictly nonsense to ask in which of them the value lies. And on the other hand, if the substance and the form referred to are not in the poem, then both the contentions are false, for its poetic value lies in itself. What I mean is neither new nor mysterious, and it will be clear, I believe, to any one who reads poetry poetically and who closely examines his experience. When you are reading a poem, I would ask, not analyzing it and much less criticizing it, but allowing it, as it proceeds, to make its full impression on you through the exertion of your recreating imagination. Do you then apprehend and enjoy as one thing a certain meaning or substance, and as another thing certain articulate sounds, and do you somehow compound these two? Surely you do not, any more than you apprehend apart, when you see someone smile, those lines in the face which express a feeling, and the feeling that the lines express. Just as there the lines and their meaning are to you one thing, not two, so in poetry the meaning and the sounds are one. There is, if I may put it so, a resonant meaning, or a meaning resonance. If you read the line, "The sun is warm, the sky is clear," you do not experience separately the image of a warm sun and a clear sky on the one side, and certain unintelligible rhythmical sounds on the other, nor yet do you experience them together side by side, but you experience the one in the other. And in like manner, when you are really reading Hamlet, the action and the characters are not something which you conceive apart from the words. You apprehend them from point to point in the words. Afterwards, no doubt, when you are out of the poetic experience, but remember it, you may by analysis decompose this unity and attend to a substance more or less isolated and a form more or less isolated. But these are things in your analytical head, not in the poem, which is poetic experience. And if you want to have the poem again, you cannot find it by adding together these two products of decomposition. You can only find it by passing back into poetic experience. And then what you have again is no aggregate of factors. It is a unity in which you can no more separate a substance and a form than you can separate living blood and the life in the blood. This unity has, if you like, various aspects or sides, but they are not factors or parts. If you try to examine one, you will find it is also the other. Call them substance and form, if you please, but these are not the reciprocally exclusive substance and form to which the two contentions must refer. They do not agree, for they are not apart. They are one thing from different points of view, and in this sense identical. And this identity of content and form, you will say, is no accident. It is of the essence of poetry insofar as it is poetry, and of all art insofar as it is art. Just as there is in music not sound on one side and a meaning on the other, but expressive sound. And if you ask what is the meaning, you can only answer by pointing to the sounds, just as in painting there is not a meaning plus paint, but a meaning in paint, or significant paint, and no man can really express the meaning in any other way than in paint and in this paint. So in a poem the true content and the true form neither exists nor can be imagined apart. When then you are asked whether the value of a poem lies in substance got by decomposing the poem and present, as such, only in reflective analysis, or in a form arrived at and existing in the same way, you will answer, it lies neither in one nor in the other, nor in any addition of them, but in the poem, where they are not. And when you are told that you are talking a priori metaphysics, you will not mind. Metaphysics does not mean anything. It is only a term of abuse applied to the effort to look at facts instead of repeating a priori fictions. We have, then, first, an antithesis of subject and poem. This is clear and valid, and the question in which of them does the value lie is intelligible, and its answer is, in the poem. We have next a distinction of substance and form. If the substance means ideas, images, and the like taken alone, and the form means the measured language taken by itself, this is a possible distinction, but it is a distinction of things not in the poem, and the value lies in neither of them. If substance and form mean anything in the poem, then each is involved in the other, and the question in which of them the value lies has no sense. No doubt you may say, speaking loosely and perilously, that in this poet or poem the aspect of substance is the more noticeable, and in that the aspect of form, and you may pursue interesting discussions on this basis. But no principal or ultimate question of value is touched by them. And apart from that question, of course, I am not denying the usefulness and necessity of the distinction. We cannot dispense with it. To consider separately the action or the characters of a play, and separately its style or versification, is both legitimate and valuable, so long as we remember what we are doing. But the true critic in speaking of these apart never really thinks of them apart. The whole, the poetic experience, of which they are but aspects, is always in his mind, and he is always aiming at a richer, truer, more intense repetition of that experience. On the other hand, when the question of principle, of poetic value, is raised, these aspects must fall apart into components, separately conceivable, and then there arises two heresies, equally false, that the value lies in one of two things, both of which are outside the poem where its value cannot lie. On the heresy of the separate substance a few additional words will suffice. This heresy is seldom formulated, but perhaps some unconscious holder of it may object, surely the action and characters of Hamlet are in the play, and surely I can retain these, though I have forgotten all the words. I admit that I do not possess the whole poem, but I possess a part, and the most important part. And I would answer, if we are not concerned with any question of principle, I accept all that you say except the last words, which do raise such a question. Speaking loosely, I agree that the action and characters, as you perhaps conceive them, together with a great deal more, are in the poem. Even then, however, you must not claim to possess all of this kind that is in the poem, for in forgetting the words you must have lost innumerable details of the action and the characters, and, when the question of value is raised, I must insist that the action and characters, as you conceive them, are not in Hamlet at all. If they are, point them out. You cannot do it. What you find at any moment of that succession of experiences called Hamlet is words. In these words, to speak loosely again, the action and characters, more of them than you can conceive apart, are focused. But your experience is not a combination of them, as ideas on the one side, with certain sounds on the other. It is an experience of something in which the two are indissolubly fused. If you deny this, to be sure, I can make no answer, or can only answer that I have reason to believe that you cannot read poetically, or else are misinterpreting your experience. But if you do not deny this, then you will admit that the action and characters of the poem, as you separately imagine them, are no part of it, but a product of it in your reflective imagination, a faint analogue of one aspect of it taken in detachment from the whole. Well, I do not deny, I would even insist, that, in the case of so long a poem as Hamlet, it may be necessary from time to time to interrupt the poetic experience in order to enrich it by forming such a product and dwelling on it. Nor, in a wide sense of poetic, do I question the poetic value of this product, as you think of it apart from the poem. It resembles our recollections of the heroes of history or legend, who move about in our imaginations, forms more real than living man, and are worth much to us though we do not remember anything they said. Our ideas and images of the substance of a poem have this poetic value, and more, if they are at all adequate. But they cannot determine the poetic value of a poem, for, not to speak of the competing claims of form, nothing that is outside the poem can do that, and they, as such, are outside it. Let us turn to the so-called form, style and versification. There is no such thing as mere form in poetry. All form is expression. Style may have indeed a certain aesthetic worth, in partial abstraction from the particular matter it conveys, as in a well-built sentence you may take pleasure in the build almost apart from the meaning. Even then style is expressive, presents to sense, for example, the order, ease, and rapidity with which ideas move in the writer's mind, but it is not expressive of the meaning of that particular sentence. And it is possible, interrupting poetic experience, to decompose it and abstract for comparatively separate consideration this nearly formed element of style. But the aesthetic value of style so taken is not considerable. You could not read with pleasure for an hour a composition which had no other merit. And in poetic experience you never apprehend this value by itself. The style is here expressive also of a particular meaning, or rather is one aspect of that unity whose other aspect is meaning, so that what you apprehend may be called indifferently an expressed meaning or a significant form. Perhaps on this point I may in Oxford appeal to authority, that of Matthew Arnold and Walter Pater, the latter at any rate an authority whom the formalist will not despise. What is the gist of Pater's teaching about style, if it is not that in the end the one virtue of style is truth or adequacy, that the word, phrase, sentence should express perfectly the writer's perception, feeling, image, or thought, so that, as we read a descriptive phrase of Keats, we exclaim, "That is the thing itself," so that, to quote Arnold, the words are symbols equivalent with the thing symbolized, or, in our technical language, a form identical with its content. Hence in true poetry it is, in strictness, impossible to express the meaning in any but its own words, or to change the words without changing the meaning. A translation of such poetry is not really the old meaning in a fresh dress. It is a new product, something like the poem, though, if one chooses to say so, more like it in the aspect of meaning than in the aspect of form. No one who understands poetry, it seems to me, would dispute this, were it not that, falling away from his experience, or misled by theory, he takes the word meaning in a sense almost ludicrously inapplicable to poetry. People say, for instance, steed and horse have the same meaning, and in bad poetry they have, but not in poetry that is poetry. Bring forth the horse was brought, in truth he was a noble steed, says Byron in Mazeppa. If the two words mean the same here, transpose them. Bring forth the steed was brought, in truth he was a noble horse, and ask again if they mean the same. Or let me take a line certainly very free from poetic diction. To be or not to be, that is the question. You may say that this means the same as, what is just now occupying my attention is the comparative disadvantages of continuing to live or putting an end to myself. And for practical purposes, the purpose, for example, of a coroner, it does. But as the second version altogether misrepresents the speaker at that moment of his existence, while the first does represent him, how can they for any but a practical or logical purpose be said to have the same sense? Hamlet was well able to unpack his heart with words, but he will not unpack it with our paraphrases. These considerations apply equally to versification. If I take the famous line which describes how the souls of the dead stood waiting by the river, imploring a passage from Charon, tendebantque manus repei, ulterioris amore, and if I translate it, and were stretching forth their hands in longing for the further bank, the charm of the original has fled. Why has it fled? Partly, but we have dealt with that, because I have substituted for 5 words, and those the words of Virgil, 12 words, and those my own. In some measure because I have turned into rhymeless prose a line of verse which, as mere sound, has unusual beauty, but much more because in doing so I have also changed the meaning of Virgil's line. What that meaning is I cannot say. Virgil has said it. But I can see this much, that the translation conveys a far less vivid picture of the outstretched hands and of their remaining outstretched, and a far less poignant sense of the distance of the shore and the longing of the souls. And it does so partly because this picture and this sense are conveyed not only by the obvious meaning of the words, but through the long-drawn sound of tendebantque, through the time occupied by the 5 syllables, and therefore by the idea of ulterioris, and though the identity of the long sound or in the penultimate syllables of ulterioris amore, all this, and much more, apprehending not in this analytical fashion, nor is added to the beauty of mere sound and to the obvious meaning, but in unity with them, and so as expressive of the poetic meaning of the whole. It is always so in fine poetry. The value of versification, when it is indissolubly fused with meaning, can hardly be exaggerated. The gift for feeling it, even more perhaps than the gift for feeling the value of diction, is the specific gift for poetry, as distinguished from other arts. But versification, taken as far as possible, all by itself, has a very different worth. some aesthetic worth it has. How much, you may experience by reading poetry in any language of which you do not understand a syllable. The pleasure is quite appreciable, but it is not great, nor in actual poetic experience do you meet with it, as such, at all. For it is not added to the pleasure of the meaning when you read poetry that you do understand. By some mystery the music is then the music of the meaning, and the two are one. However fond of versification you might be, you would tire very soon of reading verses in Chinese, and before long of reading Virgil and Dante if you are ignorant of their languages. But take the music as it is in the poem, and there is a marvelous change. Now, it gives a very echo to the seat where love is throned, or carries far into your heart, almost like the music itself, the sound of old, unhappy, far-off things, and battles long ago. What then is to be said of the following sentence of the critic quoted before? But when any one who knows what poetry is reads, "Our noisy years seem moments in the being of the eternal silence," he sees that, quite independently of the meaning, there is one note added to the articulate music of the world, a note that will never leave off resounding till the eternal silence engulfs it. I must think that the writer is deceiving himself, for I could quite understand his enthusiasm if it were an enthusiasm for the music of the meaning, but as for the music quite independently of the meaning, so far as I can hear it thus, and I doubt if any one who knows English can quite do so, I find it gives some pleasure, but only a trifling pleasure. And indeed I venture to doubt whether, considered as mere sound, the words are at all exceptionally beautiful, as Virgil's line certainly is. Whatever may be the consequence, I would back against them, quite independently of the meaning, this once famous stanza: "Where is Cupid's crimson motion, billowy ecstasy of woe? Bear me straight, meandering ocean, where the stagnant torrents flow." When poetry answers to its idea, and is purely or almost purely poetic, we find the identity of form and content, and the degree of purity attained may be tested by the degree in which we feel it hopeless to convey the effect of a poem or passage in any form but its own. Where the notion of doing so is simply ludicrous, you have quintessential poetry. But a great part of even good poetry, especially in long works, is of a mixed nature, and so we find in it no more than a partial agreement of a form and substance which remains to some extent. This is so in many passages of Shakespeare, the greatest of poets when he chose, but not always a conscientious poet. Passages where something was wanted for the sake of the plot, but he did not care about it or was hurried. The conception of the passage is then distinct from the execution, and neither is inspired. This is so also, I think, whenever we can truly speak of merely decorative effect. We seem to perceive that the poet had a truth or fact, philosophical, agricultural, social, distinctly before him, and then, as we say, clothed it in metrical and colored language. Most argumentative, didactic, or satiric poems are partly of this kind, and in imaginative poems anything which is really a mere conceit is mere decoration. We often deceive ourselves in this matter, for what we call decoration has often a new and genuinely poetic content of its own, but wherever there is mere decoration, we judge the poetry to be not wholly poetic. And so when Wordsworth inveighed against poetic diction, though he hurled his darts rather wildly, what he was rightly aiming at was a phraseology, not the living body of a new content, but the mere worn-out body of an old one. In pure poetry it is otherwise. Pure poetry is not the decoration of a preconceived and clearly defined matter. It springs from the creative impulse of a vague imaginative mass pressing for development and definition. If the poet already knew exactly what he meant to say, why should he write the poem? The poem would in fact already be written, for only its completion can reveal, even to him, exactly what he wanted. When he began, and while he was at work, he did not possess his meaning, it possessed him. It was not a fully formed soul asking for a body, it was an inchoate soul, in the inchoate body of perhaps 2 or 3 vague ideas and a few scattered phrases. The growing of this body into its full stature and perfect shape was the same thing as the gradual self-definition of the meaning. And this is the reason why such poems strike us as creations, not manufacturers, and have the magical effect which mere decoration cannot produce. This is also the reason why, if we insist on asking for the meaning of such a poem, we can only be answered, "It means itself." And so at last I may explain why I have troubled myself and you with what may seem an arid controversy about mere words. It is not so. These heresies, which would make poetry a compound of two factors, a matter common to it with the merest prose, plus a poetic form, as the heresy says, a poetical substance plus a negligible form, as the other says, are not only untrue, they are injurious to the dignity of poetry. In an age already inclined to shrink from those higher realms where poetry touches religion and philosophy, the formalist heresy encourages men to taste poetry as they would a fine wine, which has indeed an aesthetic value, but a small one. And then the natural man, finding an empty form, hurls into it the matter of cheap pathos, rancid sentiment, vulgar humour, bare lust, ravenous vanity, everything which, in Schiller's phrase, the form should extirpate, but which no mere form can extirpate. And the other heresy, which is indeed rather a practice than a creed, encourages us in the habit so dear to us of putting our own thoughts or fancies into the place of the poet's creation. What he meant by Hamlet, or the Ode to a Nightingale, or Abt Vogler, we say, is this or that which we knew already, and so we lose what he had to tell us. But he meant what he said, and he said what he meant. Poetry in this matter is not, as good critics of painting and music often affirm, different from the other arts. In all of them the content is one thing with the form. What Beethoven meant by his symphony, or Turner by his picture, was not something which you can name, but the picture and the symphony. Meaning they have, but what meaning can be uttered in no language but their own? And we know this, though some strange delusion makes us think the meaning has less worth, because we cannot put it into words. Well, it is just the same with poetry. But because poetry is words, we vainly fancy that some other words than its own will express its meaning, and they will do so no more, or, if you like to speak loosely, only a little more, than words will express the meaning of the Dresden Madonna. Something a little like it may be indeed express, and we may find analogues of the meaning of poetry outside it, which may help us to appropriate it. The other arts, the best ideas of philosophy or religion, much that nature and life offer us or force upon us, are akin to it. But they are only akin. Nor is it the expression of them. Poetry does not present to imagination our highest knowledge or belief, and much less our dreams and opinions. But it, content and form in unity, embodies in own irreplaceable way something which embodies itself also in other irreplaceable ways, such as philosophy or religion. And just as each of these gives a satisfaction which the other cannot possibly give, so we find in poetry, which cannot satisfy the needs they meet, that which by their natures they cannot afford us. But we shall not find it fully if we look for something else. And yet, when all is said, the question will still recur, though now in quite another sense. What does poetry mean? This unique expression, which cannot be replaced by another, still seems to be trying to express something beyond itself. And this, we feel, is also what the other arts, and religion, and philosophy are trying to express. And that is what impels us to seek in vain to translate the one into the other. About the best poetry, and not only the best, there floats an atmosphere of infinite suggestion. The poet speaks to us of one thing, but in this one thing there seems to lurk the secret of all. He said what he meant, but his meaning seems to beckon away beyond itself, or rather to expand into something boundless, which is only focused in it, something also which, we feel, would satisfy not only the imagination, but the whole of us, that something within us and without, which everywhere makes us seem to patch up fragments of a dream, part of which comes true, and part beats and trembles in the heart. Those who are susceptible to this effect of poetry find it not only, perhaps not most, in the ideals which she has sometimes described, but in a child song by Christina Rossetti about a mere crown of wind-flowers, and in tragedies like Lear, where the sun seems to have set for ever. and it pierces them no less in Shelley's hopeless lament, "O world, O life, O time," than in the rapturous ecstasy of his Life of Life. This all-embracing perfection cannot be expressed in poetic words, or words of any kind, nor yet in music or in color, but the suggestion of it is in much poetry, if not at all, and poetry has in this suggestion, this meaning, a great part of its value. We do it wrong, and we defeat our own purposes, when we try to bend it to them. We do it wrong, being so majestical, to offer it the show of violence, for it is as the air invulnerable, and our vain blows malicious mockery. It is a spirit. It comes we know not whence. It will not speak at our bidding, nor answer in our language. It is not our servant. It is our master. End of Poetry for Poetry's Sake by A.C. Bradley. Read by Marianne Spiegel.
Excerpt from Preparation for a Christian Life by Soren Kierkegaard, 1850. Translated by Lee M. Hollander in 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Come hither, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. What enormous multiplicity, what an almost boundless diversity of people invited! For a man, a lowly man, may indeed try to enumerate only a few of these diversities, but he who invites must invite all men, even if every one, specially and individually. The invitation goes forth, then, along the highways and the byways, and along the loneliest paths. Aye, goes forth where there is a path so lonely that one man only, and no one else, knows of it, and goes forth where there is but one track, the track of the wretched one who fled along that path with his misery, that and no other track. Goes forth even where there is no path to show how one may return. Even there the invitation penetrates and by itself easily and surely finds its way back. Most easily, indeed, when it brings the fugitive along to him that issued the invitation. Come hither, all ye, also thou, and thou too, thou loneliest of all fugitives. Thus the invitation goes forth and remains standing wheresoever there is a parting of the ways, in order to call out. Ah, just as a trumpet call of the soldiers is directed to the four quarters of the globe, likewise does this invitation sound wherever there is a meeting of roads, with no uncertain sound. For who would then come, but with the certitude of eternity? It stands by the parting of the ways where worldly and earthly sufferings have set down their crosses, and calls out, Come hither, all ye poor and wretched ones, ye who in poverty must slave in order to assure yourselves, not of a care-free, but of a toilsome future. Ah, bitter contradiction! To have to slave for assuring oneself of that under which one groans, of that which one flees. Ye despised and overlooked ones, about whose existence no one, aye, no one is concerned, not so much even as about some domestic animal which is of greater value. Ye sick and halt, and blind and deaf, and crippled, come hither. Ye bedridden, aye, come hither, ye too, for the invitation makes bold to invite even the bedridden to come. Ye lepers, for the invitation breaks down all differences in order to unite all. It wishes to make good the hardship caused by the difference in men, the difference which seats one as a ruler over millions in possession of all gifts of fortune, and drives another one out into the wilderness. And why? Ah, the cruelty of it! The cruel human inference, because he is wretched, indescribably wretched. Why then? Because he stands in need of help, or at any rate of compassion. And why then? Because human compassion is a wretched thing which is cruel when there is the greatest need of being compassionate, and compassionate only, when at bottom it is not true compassion. Ye sick of heart, ye who only through your anguish learn to know that a man's heart and an animal's heart are two different things, and what it means to be sick at heart, what it means when the physician may be right in declaring one sound of heart and yet heart sick. Ye whom faithlessness deceived and whom human sympathy, for the sympathy of man is rarely late in coming, whom human sympathy made a target for mockery. All ye wronged and aggrieved and ill used, all ye noble ones who, as any and everybody will be able to tell you, deservedly reap the reward of ingratitude. For why were ye simple enough to be noble? Why foolish enough to be kindly and disinterested and faithful? All ye victims of cunning, of deceit, of backbiting, of envy, whom baseness chose as its victim and cowardice left in the lurch, whether now ye be sacrificed in remote and lonely places, after having crept away in order to die, or whether ye be trampled under foot in the thronging crowds, where no one asks what rights ye have, and no one what wrongs ye suffer, and no one where ye smart or how ye smart, whilst the crowd with brute force tramples you into the dust. Come ye hither! The invitation stands at the parting of the ways, where death parts death and life. Come hither, all ye that sorrow, and ye that vainly labor. For indeed there is rest in the grave, but to sit by a grave, or to stand by a grave, or to visit a grave, all that is far from lying in the grave. And to read to oneself again and again one's own words which one knows by heart, the epitaph which one devised oneself and understands best, namely, who it is that lies buried here, all that is not the same as to lie buried oneself. In the grave there is rest, but by the grave there is no rest, for it is said, so far and no farther, and so you may as well go home again. But however often, whether in your thoughts or in fact, you return to that grave, you will never get any farther. You will not get away from the spot, and this is very trying, and is by no means rest. Come ye hither, therefore. Here is the way by which one may go farther. Here is rest by the grave, rest from the sorrow over loss, or rest in the sorrow of loss, through him who everlastingly reunites those that are parted, and more firmly than nature unites parents with their children, and children with their parents. For alas, they were parted. And more closely than the minister unites husband and wife, for alas, their separation did come to pass, and more indissolubly than the bond of friendship unites friend with friend, for alas, it was broken. Separation penetrated everywhere, and brought with it sorrow and unrest. But here is rest. Come hither also ye who had your abodes assigned to you among the graves, ye who are considered dead to human society, but neither missed nor mourned, not buried and yet dead, that is, belonging neither to life nor to death. Ye, alas, to whom human society cruelly closed its doors, and from whom no grave has as yet opened itself in pity. Come hither, ye also. Here is rest, and here is life. The invitation stands at the parting of the ways, where the road of sin turns away from the enclosure of innocence. Ah, come hither! Ye are so close to him. But a single step in the opposite direction, and ye are infinitely far from him. Very possibly ye do not stand in need of rest, nor grasp fully what that means. But still follow the invitation, so that he who invites may save you from a predicament out of which it is so difficult and dangerous to be saved. and so that, being saved, you may stay with him who is the Saviour of all, likewise of innocence. For even if it were possible that innocence be found somewhere and altogether pure, why should not innocence also need a Saviour to keep it safe from evil? The invitation stands at the parting of the ways, where the road of sin turns away to enter more deeply into sin. Come hither, all ye who have strayed and have been lost, whatever may have been your error and sin, whether one more pardonable in the sight of man, and nevertheless perhaps more frightful, or one more terrible in the sight of man, and yet perchance more pardonable. Whether it be one which became known here on earth, or one which, though hidden, yet is known in heaven. And even if ye found pardon here on earth without finding rest in your souls, or found no pardon because ye did not seek it, or because ye sought it in vain, return and come hither. Here is rest. The invitation stands at the parting of the ways, where the road of sin turns away for the last time, and to the eye is lost in perdition. Return, return, and come hither. Do not shrink from the difficulties of the retreat, however great. Do not fear the irksome way of conversion, however laboriously it may lead to salvation. Whereas sin with winged speed and growing pace leads forward or downward so easily, so indescribably as easily, in fact, as when a horse altogether freed from having to pull cannot even with all his might stop the vehicle which pushes him into the abyss. Do not despair over each relapse which the God of patience has patience enough to pardon, and which a sinner should surely have patience enough to humble himself under. Nay, fear nothing, and despair not. He that saith, Come hither, he is with you on the way. From him come help and pardon on that way of conversion which leads to him, and with him is rest. Come hither all ye, with him is rest. And he will raise no difficulties. He does but one thing, he opens his arms. He will not first ask you, you sufferer, as righteous men, alas, are accustomed to, even when willing to help. Are you not perhaps yourself the cause of your misfortune? Have you nothing with which to reproach yourself? It is so easy to fall into this human error, and from appearances to judge a man's success or failure. For instance, if a man is a cripple or deformed, or has an unprepossessing appearance, to infer that therefore he is a bad man. Or when a man is unfortunate enough to suffer reverses, so as to be ruined, or as to go down in the world, to infer that therefore he is a vicious man. And this is such an exquisitely cruel pleasure, this being conscious of one's own righteousness as against the sufferer, explaining his afflictions as God's punishment, so that one does not even dare to help him, or asking him that question which condemns him and flatters your own righteousness, before helping him. But he will not ask you thus, will not in such cruel fashion be your benefactor. And if you are yourself conscious of your sin, he will not ask about it, will not break still further the bent reed, but raise you up, if you will but join him. He will not point out by way of contrast, and place you outside of himself, so that your sin will stand out as still more terrible, but he will grant you a hiding place within him, and hidden within him your sins will be hidden, for he is the friend of sinners. Let him but behold a sinner, and he not only stands still, opening his arms, and says, Come hither, nay, but he stands and waits, as did the father of the prodigal son. Or he does not merely remain standing and waiting, but goes out to search, as a shepherd went forth to search for the strayed sheep, or as the woman went to search for the lost piece of silver. He goes, Nay, he has gone, but an infinitely longer way than any shepherd or any woman. For did he not go the infinitely long way from being God to becoming man, which he did to seek sinners? End of Preparation for a Christian Life by Soren Kierkegaard, 1850. Translated by Lee M. Hollander in 1923.
Emergency feature from the Weymouth Gazette, 1914. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. Emergency feature from the Weymouth Gazette of July 3rd, 1914. In line with the telephone company's slogan, Service First, District Traffic Manager F.D. Field of the Quincy District told a Gazette and Transcript reporter today of a new emergency feature which the telephone company has adopted for the benefit of the public, and without cost. For several years, he said, our company has been doing everything possible to handle quickly and accurately emergency calls for the police, fire department, hospitals, and ambulances. Now we are adding to this list all calls for pulmotors in cases of electric shock, asphyxiation, partial drowning, and other accidents where the administration of oxygen may be of vital importance. All such calls may be made from a pay station as well as from a business or residence telephone. Especially during the summer, there are many instances where the prompt service of pulmotors will save life. To this end, instructions have been issued to our operators to be quick, cool-headed, and resourceful in responding to calls of this kind. If a person calls in and says, "Emergency, pulmotor," the operator will immediately endeavor to put him into communication with the telephone at the place where the pulmotor is located. Not only that, but she will ask him if he wants a doctor, and if a doctor is required, this fact will be communicated to a supervisor, who will proceed to get a doctor, while the operator continues her effort to reach the telephone station at which the pulmotor is located. If she finds the line is busy, she will interrupt conversation by explaining the emergency. In emergency cases, much depends upon the person making the call. The varying requirements in connection with a pulmotor case make it essential that the person calling shall state the nature of the accident, the location of the victim, and such other information as may be deemed pertinent. It may be desirable to send several physicians or to call ambulances, and the operator cannot know this unless the person making the call tells her. A complete list of pulmotors has been placed in the operating room of every city and town where there are pulmotors. This wonderful invention has saved the lives of persons who were supposed to have died 30 minutes before it was applied. It is not wise to assume, therefore, that all hope has departed merely because a person's breathing has stopped. In some cases it has been necessary to continue this form of artificial respiration for hours. In handling these calls, the operators are admonished to think clearly and act quickly. If the same admonition can be impressed upon the public, this cooperation ought to save a number of lives before the summer is ended. End of emergency feature from the Weymouth Gazette of July 3rd, 1914.
Ridicule as a Test of Faith by Joseph Priestley, 1733 to 1804. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From Remarks on Dr. Beatty's Essay. Had I been acquainted with these new principles, I might have saved myself a good deal of trouble. But I am apprehensive that I should hardly have escaped a great deal of ridicule. And we ought not to forget that ridicule has been deemed the test of truth, as well as this new common sense. I think with equal reason, and I flatter myself that the reign of this new usurper will not be much longer than that of his predecessor, to whom he is very nearly related. In this some may think that I only mean to be jocular, but really I am serious. Why was ridicule ever thought to be the test of truth? But because the things at which we can laugh were supposed to be so absurd that their falsehood was self-evident, so that there was no occasion to examine any further? We were supposed to feel them to be false, and what is a feeling but the affection of a sense? In reality, therefore, this new doctrine of common sense being the standard of truth is no other than ridicule being the standard of truth. The words are different, but not the things. I should be glad to see so acute a metaphysician as Dr. Reid, so fine a writer as Dr. Beatty, and, to adopt Dr. Beatty's compliment, so elegant an author as Dr. Oswald, separately employed to ascertain the precise difference between these two schemes. In my opinion, the chief difference, besides what I have said above, consists in this: that the one may be called the sense of truth, and the other the sense of falsehood. There is also some doubt whether Shaftesbury was really in earnest in proposing ridicule as the test of truth. Many think that he could never be so absurd. Whereas there can be no doubt but that this triumvirate of authors are perfectly serious. There is, however, another difference that will strongly recommend the claims of common sense in preference to those of ridicule, which is, that this was advanced in support of infidelity, but that in support of religion. But I should think that the greater weight we have to support, the stronger buttresses we should use. End of Ridicule as a Test of Faith by Joseph Priestley, 1713 to 1804.
The True Story of Lady Byron's Life, Part 1 of 3, by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Published in the Atlantic, September 1869 issue. Byline: Lady Byron has not spoken at all. Her story has never been told. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The reading world of America has lately been presented with a book, The Life of Lord Byron in Italy, which is said to sell rapidly and which appears to meet with universal favor. The subject of the book may be thus briefly stated. The mistress of Lord Byron comes before the world for the sake of vindicating his fame from slanders and aspersions cast on him by his wife. The story of the mistress versus the wife may be summed up as follows. Lord Byron, the hero of the story, is represented as a human being endowed with every natural charm, gift, and grace, who, by the one false step of an unsuitable marriage, wrecked his whole life. A narrow-minded, cold-hearted precisian, without sufficient intellect to comprehend his genius or heart to feel for his temptations, formed with him one of those mere worldly marriages common in high life, and finding that she could not reduce him to the mathematical properties and conventional rules of her own mode of life, suddenly and without warning abandoned him in the most cruel and inexplicable manner. It is alleged that she parted from him in apparent affection and good humor, wrote him a playful, confiding letter upon the way, but after reaching her father's house, suddenly and without explanation, announced to him that she would never see him again, that this sudden abandonment drew down upon him a perfect storm of scandalous stories which his wife never contradicted, that she never in any way or shape stated what the exact reasons for her departure had been, and thus silently gave scope to all the malice of thousands of enemies. The sensitive victim was actually driven from England, his home broken up, and he doomed to be a lonely wanderer on foreign shores. In Italy, under bluer skies and among gentler people with more tolerant modes of judgment, the authoress intimates that he found peace and consolation. A lovely young Italian countess falls in love with him, and breaking her family ties for his sake, devotes herself to him, and in blissful retirement with her he finds at last that domestic life for which he was so fitted. Soothed, calmed, and refreshed, he writes Don Juan, which the world is at this late hour informed was a poem with a high moral purpose, designed to be a practical illustration of the doctrine of total depravity among young gentlemen in high life. Under the elevating influence of love, he rises at last to higher realms of moral excellence, and resolves to devote the rest of his life to some noble and heroic purpose, becomes the savior of Greece, and dies untimely, leaving a nation to mourn his loss. The authoress dwells with a peculiar bitterness on Lady Byron's entire silence during all these years, as the most aggravated form of persecution and injury. She informs the world that Lord Byron wrote his autobiography with the purpose of giving a fair statement of the exact truth in the whole matter, and that Lady Byron bought up the manuscript of the publisher and insisted on its being destroyed unread, thus inflexibly depriving her husband of his last chance of a hearing before the tribunal of the public. As a result of this silent, persistent cruelty on the part of a cold, correct, narrow-minded woman, the character of Lord Byron has been misunderstood, and his name transmitted to after ages, clouded with aspersions and accusations, which it is the object of this book to remove. Such is the story of Lord Byron's mistress, a story which is going the length of this American continent and rousing up new sympathy with the poet, and doing its best to bring the youth of America once more under the power of that brilliant, seductive genius from which it was hoped they had escaped. Already we are seeing it revamped in magazine articles, which take up the slanders of the paramour and enlarge on them and wax eloquent in denunciation of the marble-hearted, insensible wife. All this while it does not appear to occur to the thousands of unreflecting readers that they are listening merely to the story of Lord Byron's mistress and of Lord Byron, and that even by their own showing their heaviest accusations against Lady Byron is that she has not spoken at all. Her story has never been told. For many years after the rupture between Lord Byron and his wife, that poet's personality, fate, and happiness had an interest for the whole civilized world, which we will venture to say was unparalleled. It is within the writer's recollection how, in the obscure mountain town where she spent her early days, Lord Byron's separation from his wife was for a season the all-engrossing topic. She remembers hearing her father recount at the breakfast table the facts as they were given in the public papers, together with his own suppositions and theories of the causes. Lord Byron's Fare Thee Well, addressed to Lady Byron, was set to music and sung with tears by young schoolgirls, even in this distant America. Madame de Staël said of this appeal that she was sure it would have drawn her at once to his heart and his arms. She could have forgiven everything, and so said all the young ladies all over the world, not only in England, but in France and Germany, wherever Byron's poetry appeared in translation. Lady Byron's obdurate cold-heartedness in refusing even to listen to his prayers or to have any intercourse with him which might lead to reconciliation was the one point conceded on all sides. The stricter moralists defended her, but gentler hearts throughout all the world regarded her as a marble-hearted monster of correctness and morality, a personification of the law unmitigated by the gospel. Literature in its highest walks busied itself with Lady Byron. Wilson, in the character of the Ettrick shepherd, devotes several eloquent passages to expatiating on the conjugal fidelity of a poor Highland shepherd's wife, who, by patience and prayer and forgiveness, succeeds in reclaiming her drunken husband and making a good man of him, and then paints his moral by contrasting with this touching picture the cold-hearted, pharisaical correctness of Lady Byron. Moore, in his Life of Lord Byron, when beginning the recital of the series of disgraceful amours which formed the staple of his life in Venice, has this passage, quote, "Highly censurable in point of morality and decorum, as was his course of life while under the roof of Madame Blank, it was, with pain I am forced to confess, venial in comparison with the strange, headlong career of license to which, when weaned from that connection, he so unrestrainedly, and, it may be added, defyingly abandoned himself. Of the state of his mind on leaving England I have already endeavored to convey some idea, and among the feelings that went to make up that self-centered spirit of resistance which he then opposed to his fate, was an indignant scorn for his own countrymen for the wrongs he thought they had done him. For a time, the kindly sentiments which he still harbored toward Lady Byron, and a sort of vague hope, perhaps, that all would yet come right again, kept his mind in a mood and somewhat more softened and docile, as well as sufficiently under the influence of English opinions, to prevent his breaking out into open rebellion against it, as he unluckily did afterwards. By the failure of the attempted mediation with Lady Byron, his last link with home was severed, while, notwithstanding the quiet and unobtrusive life which he led at Geneva, there was as yet, he found, no cessation of the slanderous warfare against his character. The same busy and misrepresenting spirit which had tracked his every step at home, having with no less malicious watchfulness dogged him into exile." End quote. We should like to know what the misrepresentations and slanders must have been when this sort of thing is admitted in Mr. Mood's justification. It seems to us rather wonderful how anybody, unless it were a person like the Countess Guiccioli, could misrepresent a life such as even Byron's friends admits he was leading. During all these years, when he was setting at defiance every principle of morality and decorum, the interest of the female mind all over Europe in the conversation of this brilliant prodigal's son was unceasing, and reflects the greatest credit upon the faith of the sex. Madame de Staël commenced the first effort at evangelization immediately after he left England, and found her catechumen in a most edifying state of humility. He was metaphorically on his knees in penitence, and confessed himself a miserable sinner in the loveliest manner possible. Such sweetness and humility took all hearts. His conversations with Madame de Staël were printed and circulated all over the world, making it appear that only the inflexibility of Lady Byron stood in the way of his entire conversion. Lady Blessington, among many others, took him in hand 5 or 6 years afterward, and was greatly delighted with his docility, and edified by his frank and free confessions of his miserable offences. Nothing now seemed wanting to bring the wanderer home to the fold but a kind word from Lady Byron. But when the fair Countess offered to mediate, the poet only shook his head in tragic despair. "He had so many times tried in vain. Lady Byron's course had been from the first that of obdurate silence." Anyone who would wish to see a specimen of the skill of the honorable poet in mystification will do well to read a letter to Lady Byron, which Lord Byron, on parting from Lady Blessington, enclosed for her to read just before he went to Greece. He says, "The letter which I enclose I was prevented from sending by my despair of its doing any good. I was perfectly sincere when I wrote it, and am so still. But it is difficult for me to withstand the 1,000 provocations on that subject which both friends and foes have for 7 years been throwing in the way of a man whose feelings were once quick and whose temper was never patient. To Lady Byron, care of the Honourable Mrs. Lee, London. Pisa, November 17th, 1821. I have to acknowledge the receipt of Ada's hair, which is very soft and pretty, and nearly as dark already as mine was at 12 years old, if I may judge from what I recollect of some in Augusta's possession taken at that age, but it don't curl, perhaps from its being let grow. I also thank you for the inscription of the date and name, and I will tell you why. I believe that there are only 2 or 3 words of your handwriting in my possession. For your letters I returned, and except the 2 words, or rather 1 word, household, written twice in an old account book, I have no other. I burnt your last note for 2 reasons. Firstly, it was written in a style not very agreeable, and secondly, I wished to take your word without documents, which are the worldly resources of suspicious people. I suppose that this note will reach you somewhere about Ada's birthday, the 10th of December, I believe. She will then be 6, so that in about 12 more I shall have some chance of meeting her, perhaps sooner if I am obliged to go to England by business or otherwise. Recollect, however, one thing, either in distance or nearness, every day which keeps us asunder should, after so long a period, rather soften our mutual feelings, which must always have one rallying point as long as our child exists, to which I presume we both hope will belong after either of her parents. The time which has elapsed since the separation has been considerably more than the whole brief period of our union, and the not much longer one of our prior acquaintance. We both made a bitter mistake, and now it is over, and irrevocably so. For at 33 on my part, and a few years less on yours, though it is no very extended period of life, still it is one when the habits and thoughts are generally so formed as to admit of no modification, and as we could not agree when younger, we should with difficulty do so now. I say all this because I own to you that notwithstanding everything, I considered our reunion as not impossible for more than a year after the separation, but then I gave up the hope entirely and forever. But this very impossibility of reunion seems to me at least a reason why, on all the few points of discussion which can arise between us, we should preserve the courtesies of life, and as much of its kindness as people who are never to meet may preserve, perhaps more easily than nearer connections. For my own part, I am violent, but not malignant, for only fresh provocations can awaken my resentments. To you, who are colder and more concentrated, I would just hint that you may sometimes mistake the depth of a cold anger for dignity, and a worse feeling for duty. I assure you that I bear you now, whatever I may have done, no resentment whatever. Remember that, if you have injured me in aught, this forgiveness is something, and that, if I have injured you, it is something more still, if it be true, as the moralists say, that the most offending are the least forgiving. Whether the offence has been solely on my side, or reciprocal, or on yours chiefly, I have ceased to reflect upon any but 2 things, viz., that you are the mother of my child, and that we shall never meet again. I think if you also consider the 2 corresponding points with reference to myself, it will be better for all 3. Yours ever, Noel Byron. The artless Thomas More introduces this letter in the Life with the remark, quote, "There are few, I should think, of my readers who will not agree with me in pronouncing that if the author of the following letter had not right on his side, he had at least most of those good feelings which are found in general to accompany it." End quote. The reader is requested to take notice of the important admission that the letter was never sent to Lady Byron at all. It was, in fact, never intended for her, but was a nice little dramatic performance, composed simply with the view of acting on the sympathies of Lady Blessington and Byron's numerous female admirers, and the reader will agree with us, we think, that in this point of view it was very neatly done and deserves immortality as a work of high art. For 6 years he has been plunging into every kind of vice and excess, pleading his shattered domestic joys and his wife's obdurate heart as the apology and the impelling cause, filling the air with his shrieks and complaints concerning the slanders which pursued him, while he filled letters to his confidential correspondents with records of new mistresses. During all these years the silence of Lady Byron was unbroken, though Lord Byron not only drew in private on the sympathies of his female admirers, but employed his talents and position as an author in holding her up to contempt and ridicule before thousands of readers. We shall quote at length his side of the story, which he published in the first canto of Don Juan, that the reader may see how much reason he had for assuming the injured tone which he did in the letter to Lady Byron quoted above. That letter was never sent to her, and the unmanly and indecent caricature of her, and the indelicate exposure of the whole story on his own side, which we are about to quote, were the only communications that could have reached her solitude. In the following verses, Lady Byron is represented as Donna Inez, and Lord Byron as Don Jose, but the incidents and allusions were so very pointed that nobody for a moment doubted whose history the poet was narrating. So now, an excerpt from Don Juan. His mother was a learned lady, famed for every branch of science known, in every Christian language ever named, with virtues equalled by her wit alone. She made the cleverest people quite ashamed, and even the good with inward envy groaned, finding themselves so very much exceeded in their own way by all the things that she did. Her favorite science was the mathematical, her noblest virtue was her magnanimity, her wit, she sometimes tried at wit, was Attic all, her serious sayings darkened to sublimity. In short, in all things she was fairly what I call a prodigy. Her morning dress was dimity, her evening silk, or in the summer muslin, and other stuffs with which I won't stay puzzling. Some women use their tongues. She looked a lecture, each eye a sermon, and her brow a homily, and all in all sufficient self-director, like the lamented late Sir Samuel Romilly. In short, she was a walking calculation, Miss Edgeworth's novels stepping from their covers, or Mrs. Trimuser's books on education, or Coleb's wife set out in quest of lovers, morality's prim personification, in which not envy's self a flaw discovers, to others' share let female errors fall, for she had not even one, the worst of all. Oh, she was perfect, past all parallel of any modern female saint's comparison. So far above the cunning powers of hell, her guardian angel had given up his garrison. Even her minutest motions went as well as those of the best timepiece made by Harrison. In virtues nothing earthly could surpass her, save thine incomparable oil, Macassar. Perfect she was, but as perfection is insipid in this naughty world of ours. Don Jose, like a lineal son of Eve, went plucking various fruits without her leave. He was a mortal of the careless kind, with no great love for learning or the learned, who chose to go where'er he had a mind, and never dreamed his lady was concerned. The world, as usual, wickedly inclined to see a kingdom or a house o'erturned, whispered he had a mistress, some said two, but for domestic quarrels one will do. Now Donna Inez had, with all her merit, a great opinion of her own good qualities. Neglect, indeed, requires a saint to bear it, and such, indeed, she was in her moralities. But then she had a devil of a spirit, and sometimes mixed up fancies with realities, and let few opportunities escape of getting her liege lord into a scrape. This was an easy matter with a man oft in the wrong and never on his guard, and even the wisest do the best they can have moments, hours, and days so unprepared that you might brain them with their lady's fan. and sometimes ladies hit exceeding hard, and fans turn into falchions in fair hands, and why and wherefore no one understands. 'Tis a pity learned virgins ever wed with persons of no sort of education, or gentlemen who, though well born and bred, grow tired of scientific conversation. I don't choose to say much upon this head. I am a plain man, and in a single station. But, oh, ye lords of ladies intellectual, inform us truly, have they not henpecked you all? Don Jose and Donna Inez led for some time an unhappy sort of life, wishing each other not divorced, but dead. They lived respectably as man and wife. Their conduct was exceedingly well bred, and gave no outward sign of inward strife, until at length the smothered fire broke out, and put the business past all kind of doubt. For Inez called some druggists and physicians, and tried to prove her loving lord was mad, but as he had some lucid intermissions, she next decided he was only bad. Yet when they asked her for her depositions, no sort of explanation could be had, save that her duty both to man and God required this conduct, which seemed very odd. She kept a journal where his faults were noted, and opened certain trunks of books and letters, all which might, if occasion served, be quoted. And then she had all Seville for abettors, besides her good old grandmother, who doted. The hearers of her case became repeaters, then advocates, inquisitors, and judges, some for amusement, others for old grudges. And then this best and meekest woman bore with such serenity her husband's woes, just as the Spartan ladies did of yore, who saw their spouses killed, and nobly chose never to say a word about them more. Calmly she heard each calumny that rose, and saw his agonies with such sublimity, that all the world exclaimed, "What magnanimity!" End of excerpt. This is the longest and most elaborate version of his own story that Byron ever published, but he busied himself with many others, projecting at one time a Spanish romance, in which the same story is related in the same transparent manner, but this he was dissuaded from printing. The booksellers, however, made a good speculation in publishing what they called his domestic poems, that is, poems bearing more or less relation to this subject. Every person with whom he became acquainted with any degree of intimacy was made familiar with his side of the story. Moore's biography is from first to last in its representations founded upon Byron's communicativeness and Lady Byron's silence, and the world at last settled down to believing that the account so often repeated and never contradicted must be substantially a true one. The true history of Lord and Lady Byron has long been perfectly understood in many circles in England, but the facts were of a nature that could not be made public. While there was a young daughter living whose future might be prejudiced by its recital, and while there were other persons on whom the disclosure of the real truth would have been crushing as an avalanche, Lady Byron's only course was the perfect silence in which she took refuge, and those sublime works of charity and mercy to which she consecrated her blighted earthly life. But the time is now come when the truth may be told. All the actors in the scene have disappeared from the stage of mortal existence, and passed, let us have faith to hope, into a world of singular concurrence of circumstances. All the facts of the case, in the most undeniable and authentic form, were at one time placed in the hands of the writer of this sketch, with authority to make such use of them as she should judge best. Had this melancholy history been allowed to sleep, no public use would have been made of them. But the appearance of a popular attack on the character of Lady Byron calls for a vindication, and the true story of her married life will, therefore, now be related. This ends Part 1 of the true story of Lady Byron's life by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, who invites you to join her for Part 2. The True Story of Lady Byron's Life, Part 2 of 3. by Harriet Beecher Stowe, published in the Atlantic, September 1869 issue. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Lord Byron has described in one of his letters the impression left upon his mind by a young person whom he met one evening in society, and who attracted his attention by the simplicity of her dress and a certain air of singular purity and calmness with which she surveyed the scene around her. On inquiry, he was told that this young person was Miss Milbank, an only child and one of the largest heiresses in England. Lord Byron was fond of idealizing his experiences in poetry, and the friends of Lady Byron had no difficulty in recognizing the portrait of Lady Byron, as she appeared at this time in her life, in his exquisite description of Aurora Raby. Quote, "There was indeed a certain fair and fairy one, of the best class, and better than her class, Aurora Raby, a young star, who shone o'er life, too sweet an image for such glass, a lovely being scarcely formed or moulded, arose with all its sweetest leaves yet folded. Early in years, and yet more infantine in figure, she had something of sublime in eyes which sadly shone, as seraphs shine. All youth, but with an aspect beyond time, radiant and grave, as pitying man's decline. Mournful, but mournful of another's crime, she looked as if she sat by Eden's door, and grieved for those who could return no more. She gazed upon a world she scarcely knew, as seeking not to know. Silent, lone, as grows a flower, thus quietly she grew, and kept her heart serene within its zone. There was awe in the homage which she drew. Her spirit seemed as seated on a throne, apart from the surrounding world, and strong in its own strength, most strange in one so young." End quote. Some idea of the course which their acquaintance took, and the manner in which he was piqued into thinking of her, is given in a stanza or two. Quote, "The dashing and proud air of Adeline imposed not upon her. She saw her blaze, much as she would have seen a glowworm shine. Then turned unto the stars for loftier rays. One was something she could not divine. Being no sibyl in the new world's ways, yet she was nothing dazzled by the meteor, because she did not pin her faith on feature." His fame, too, for he had that kind of fame which sometimes plays the deuce with womankind, a heterogeneous mass of glorious blame, half virtues and whole vices being combined, faults which attract because they are not tame, follies tricked out so brightly that they blind, these seals upon her wax made no impression, such was her coldness or her self-possession. Aurora sat with that indifference which piques a preux chevalier, as it ought. Of all offences, that's the worst offence, which seems to hint you are not worth a thought. To his gay nothings nothing was replied, or something which was nothing, as urbanity required. Aurora scarcely looked aside, nor even smiled enough for any vanity. The devil was in the girl. Could it be pride, or modesty, or absence, or inanity? Juan was drawn thus into some attentions, slight but select, and just enough to express to females of perspicuous comprehensions that he would rather make them more than less. Aurora at the last, so history mentions, though probably much less a fact than guess, so far relaxed her thoughts from their sweet prison as once or twice to smile, if not to listen. But Juan had a sort of winning way, a proud humility, if such there be, which showed such deference to what females say, as if each charming word were a decree. His tact, too, tempered him from grave to gay, and taught him when to be reserved or free. He had the art of drawing people out without their seeing what he was about. Aurora, who in her indifference confounded him in common with the crowd of flatterers, though she deemed he had more sense than whispering foplings, or than whittlings loud, commenced, from such slight things will great commence, to feel the flattery which attracts the proud rather by deference than compliment, and wins even by a delicate descent. And then he had good looks. That point was carried nem. con. amongst the women. Now, though we know of old that looks deceive, and always have done somehow, these good looks make more impression than the best of books. Aurora, who looked more on books than faces, was very young, although so very sage, admiring more Minerva than the Graces, especially upon the printed page. But virtue's self, with all her tightest laces, has not the natural stays of strict old age, and Socrates, that model of all duty, owned to a penchant, though discreet, for beauty. The presence of this high-minded, thoughtful, unworldly woman is described through 2 cantos of the wild, rattling Don Juan in a manner that shows how deeply the poet was capable of being affected by such an appeal to his higher nature. For instance, when Don Juan sits silent and thoughtful amid a circle of persons who are talking scandal, the poet says, quote, "'Tis true he saw Aurora look as though she approved his silence. She perhaps mistook its motive for that charity we owe but seldom pay the absent. He gained esteem where it was worth the most, and certainly Aurora had renewed in him some feelings he had lately lost or hardened, feelings which, perhaps ideal, are so divine that I must deem them real. The love of higher things and better days, the unbounded hope and heavenly ignorance of what is called the world and the world's ways, the moments when we gather from a glance more joy than from all future pride or praise, which kindled manhood but can ne'er entrance the heart, is an existence of its own, of which another's bosom is the zone. And full of sentiments sublime as billows heaving between this world and worlds beyond, Don Juan, when the midnight hour of pillows arrived, retired to his." End quote. In all these descriptions of a spiritual, unworldly nature, acting on the spiritual and unworldly part of his own nature, everyone who ever knew Lady Byron intimately must have recognized the model from which he drew and the experience from which he spoke, even though nothing was further from his mind than to pay this tribute to the woman he had injured, and though before these lines, which showed how truly he knew her real character, had come one stanza of ribald vulgar caricature designed as a slight to her. Quote, "There was Miss Millpond, smooth as summer's sea, that usual paragon, an only daughter, who seemed else cream of equanimity, till skimmed, and then there was some milk and water, with a slight shade of blue, too, it might be, beneath the surface, but what did it matter? Love's riotous, but marriage should have quiet, and being consumptive, live on a milk diet." End quote. The result of Byron's intimacy with Miss Millbank and the enkindling of his nobler feelings was an offer of marriage, which she, though at the time deeply interested in him, declined with many expressions of friendship and interest. In fact, she already loved him, but had that doubt of her power to be to him all that wife should be, which would be likely to arise in a mind so sensitively constituted and so unworldly. They, however, continued a correspondence as friends, on her part the interest continually increasing, on his the transient rise of better feelings was choked and overgrown by the thorns of base, unworthy passions. From the height at which he might have been happy as the husband of a noble woman, he fell into the depths of a secret adulterous intrigue with a blood relation, so near in consanguinity that discovery must have been utter ruin and expulsion from civilized society. From henceforth this damning, guilty secret became the ruling force in his life, holding him with a morbid fascination, yet filling him with remorse and anguish and insane dread of detection. 2 years after his refusal by Miss Milbank, his various friends, seeing that for some cause he was wretched, pressed marriage upon him. Marriage has often been represented as the proper goal and terminus of a wild and dissipated career, and it has been supposed to be the appointed mission of good women to receive wandering prodigals, with all the rags and disgraces of their old life upon them, and put rings on their hands and shoes on their feet, and introduce them, clothed and in their right minds, to an honorable career in society. Marriage was therefore universally recommended to Lord Byron by his numerous friends and well-wishers, and so he determined to marry, and in an hour of reckless desperation sat down and wrote proposals to 2 ladies. One was declined. The other, which was accepted, was to Miss Milbank. The world knows well that he had the gift of expression, and will not be surprised that he wrote a very beautiful letter, and that the woman who had already learned to love him fell at once into its snare. Her answer was a frank, outspoken avowal of her love for him, giving herself to him heart and hand. The good in Lord Byron was not so utterly obliterated that he could receive such a letter without emotion, or practice such unfairness on a loving, trusting heart without pangs of remorse. He had sent the letter in mere recklessness. He had not seriously expected to be accepted, and the discovery of the treasure of affection which he had secured was like a vision of lost heaven to a soul in hell. But, nevertheless, in his letters written about the engagement, there are sufficient evidences that his self-love was flattered at the preference accorded him by so superior a woman, and one who had been so much sought. He mentions with an air of complacency that she has employed the last 2 years in refusing 5 or 6 of his acquaintance, that he had no idea she loved him, admitting that it was an old attachment on his part. He dwells on her virtues with a sort of pride of ownership. There is a sort of childish levity about the frankness of these letters, very characteristic of the man who skimmed over the deepest abysses with the lightest jests. Before the world and to his intimates he was acting the part of the successful fiancé, conscious all the while of the deadly secret that lay cold at the bottom of his heart. When he went to visit Miss Milbank's parents, as her accepted lover, she was struck with his manner and appearance. She saw him moody and gloomy, evidently wrestling with dark and desperate thoughts, and anything but what a happy and accepted lover should be. She sought an interview with him alone, and told him that she had observed that he was not happy in the engagement, and magnanimously added that, if on review he found he had been mistaken in the nature of his feelings, she would immediately release him, and they should remain only friends. Overcome with the conflict of his feelings, Lord Byron fainted away. Miss Milbank was convinced that his heart must really be deeply involved in an attachment with reference to which he showed such strength of emotion, and she spoke no more of a dissolution of the engagement. There is no reason to doubt that Byron was, as he relates in his dream, profoundly agonized and agitated when he stood before God's altar with the trusting young creature whom he was leading to a fate so awfully tragic. Yet it was not the memory of Mary Chaworth, but another guiltier and more damning memory that overshadowed that hour. The moment the carriage doors were shut upon the bridegroom and the bride, the paroxysm of remorse and despair, unrepentant remorse and angry despair, broke forth upon her gentle head. "You might have saved me from this, madam. You had all in your power when I offered myself to you first. Then you might have made me what you pleased. But now you will find that you have married a devil." In Miss Martineau's Sketches, recently published, is an account of the termination of this wedding journey, which brought them to one of Lady Byron's ancestral country seats, where they were to spend the honeymoon. Miss Martineau says, quote, "At the altar she did not know that she was a sacrifice, But before sunset of that winter day she knew it, if a judgment may be formed from her face and attitude of despair when she alighted from the carriage on the afternoon of her marriage day. It was not the traces of tears which won the sympathy of the old butler who stood at the open door. The bridegroom jumped out of the carriage and walked away. The bride alighted and came up the steps alone, with a countenance and frame agonized and listless with evident horror and despair. The old servant longed to offer his arm to the young lonely creature as an assurance of sympathy and protection. From this shock she certainly rallied, and soon. The pecuniary difficulties of her new home were exactly what a devoted spirit like hers was fitted to encounter. Her husband bore testimony, after the catastrophe, that a brighter being, a more sympathizing and agreeable companion, never blessed any man's home. When he afterward called her cold and mathematical and over-pious and so forth, it was when public opinion had gone against him, and when he had discovered that her fidelity and mercy, her silence and magnanimity might be relied on, so that he was at full liberty to make his part good as far as she was concerned. Silent she was even to her own parents, whose feelings she magnanimously spared. She did not act rashly in leaving him, though she had been most rash in marrying him." Not all at once did the full knowledge of the dreadful reality in which she had entered come upon the young wife. She knew vaguely, from the wild avowals of the first hours of their marriage, that there was a dreadful secret of guilt, that Byron's soul was torn with agonies of remorse, and that he had no love to give her in return for a love which was ready to do and dare all for him. Yet bravely she addressed herself to the task of soothing and pleasing and calming the man whom she had taken, for better or for worse. Young and gifted, with a peculiar air of refined and spiritual beauty, graceful in every movement, possessed of exquisite taste, a perfect companion to his mind in all the higher walks of literary culture, and with that infinite pliability to all his varying, capricious moods which true love alone can give, bearing in her hand a princely fortune with which a woman's uncalculating generosity was thrown at his feet, there is no wonder that she might feel for a while as if she could enter the lists with the very devil himself, and fight with a woman's weapons for the heart of her husband. There are indications scattered through the letters of Lord Byron, which, though brief indeed, showed that his young wife was making every effort to accommodate herself to him and to give him a cheerful home. One of the poems that he sends to his publisher about this time he speaks of as being copied by her. He had always the highest regard for her literary judgments and opinions, and this little incident shows that she was already associating herself, in a wifely fashion, with his aims as an author. The poem copied by her, however, has a sad meaning which she afterwards learned to understand only too well. Quote, "There's not a joy the world can give like that it takes away, when the glow of early thought declines in feeling's dull decay. 'Tis not on youth's smooth cheek the blush alone that fades so fast, but the tender bloom of heart is gone ere youth itself be past. Then the few whose spirits float above the wreck of happiness are driven o'er the shoals of guilt or ocean of excess. The magnet of their course is gone, or only points in vain the shore to which their shivered sail shall never stretch again." End quote. Only a few days before she left him forever, Lord Byron sent Murray manuscripts in Lady Byron's handwriting of the siege of Corinth and Parisina, and wrote, quote, "I am very glad that the handwriting was a favorable omen of the morale of the piece, but you must not trust to that, for my copyist would write out anything I desired, in all the ignorance of innocence." End quote. There were lucid intervals in which Lord Byron felt the charm of his wife's mind and the strength of her powers. Quote, "Belle, you could be a poet too, if you only thought so," he would say. There were summer hours in her stormy life, the memory of which never left her, when Byron was as gentle and tender as he was beautiful, when he seemed to be possessed by a good angel, and then for a little time all the ideal possibilities of his nature stood revealed. The most dreadful men to live with are those who thus alternate between angel and devil. The buds of hope and love called out by a day or two of sunshine are frozen again and again till the tree is killed. But there came an hour of revelation, an hour when, in a manner which left no kind of room for doubt, Lady Byron saw the full depth of the abyss of infamy which her marriage was expected to cover, and understood that she was expected to be the cloak and the accomplice of this infamy. Many women would have been utterly crushed by such a disclosure. Some would have fled from him immediately and exposed and denounced his crime. Lady Byron did neither. When all the hope of womanhood died out of her heart, there arose within her, stronger, purer, and brighter, that immortal kind of love such as God feels for the sinner, the love of which Jesus spoke, and which holds the one wanderer of more account than the 99 that went not astray. She would neither leave her husband nor betray him, nor yet would she for one moment justify his sin, and hence came 2 years of convulsive struggle, in which sometimes for a while the good angel seemed to gain ground, and then the evil one returned with sevenfold vehemence. Lord Byron argued his case with himself and with her, with all the sophistries of his powerful mind. He repudiated Christianity as authority, asserted the right of every human being to follow out what he called the impulses of nature. Subsequently he introduced into one of his dramas the reasoning by which he justified himself in incest. In the drama of Cain, Ada, the sister and wife of Cain, thus addressed him: Cain, walk not with this spirit, bear with what we have borne, and love me, I love thee. Lucifer, more than thy mother and thy sire? Ada, I do. Is that a sin too? Lucifer, no, not yet. It one day will be in your children. Ada, what? Must not my daughter love her brother Enoch? Lucifer, not as thou lovest Cain. Ada, oh my God! Shall they not love and bring forth things that love out of their love? Have they not drawn their milk out of this bosom? Was not he, their father, born of the same soul womb, in the same hour with me? Did we not love each other, and in multiplying our being, multiply things which will love each other as we love them? And as I love thee, my Cain, go not forth with this spirit, he is not of ours. Lucifer, the sin I speak of is not of my making, and cannot be a sin in you, whate'er it seems in those who will replace ye in mortality. Ada, what is the sin which is not sin in itself? Can circumstance make sin of virtue? If it doth, we are the slaves of... End quote. Lady Byron, though slight and almost infantile in her bodily presence, had the soul not only of an angelic woman, but of a strong, reasoning man. It was this writer's lot to know her at a period when she formed the personal acquaintance of many of the very first minds of England, but among all with whom this experience brought her in connection, there was none who impressed her so strongly as Lady Byron. There was an almost supernatural power of moral divination, a grasp of the very highest and most comprehensive things, that made her lightest opinions singularly impressive. No doubt this result was wrought out in a great degree from the anguish and conflict of these 2 years, when, with no one to help or counsel her but Almighty God, she wrestled and struggled with fiends of darkness for redemption of her husband's soul. She followed him through all his sophistical reasonings with a keener reason. She besought and implored in the name of his better nature, and by all the glorious things that he was capable of being and doing, and she had just power enough to convulse and shake and agonize, but not power enough to subdue. One of the first living writers in the novel of Romola has given in her masterly sketch of the character of Tito the whole history of the conflict of a woman like Lady Byron with a nature like that of her husband. She has described a being full of fascinations and sweetnesses, full of generosities and of good-natured impulses, a nature that could not bear to give pain or to see it in others, but entirely destitute of any firm moral principle. She shows how such a being, merely by yielding step by step to the impulses of passion and disregarding the claims of truth and right, becomes involved in a fatality of evil in which deceit, crime, and cruelty are a necessity, forcing him to persist in the basest ingratitude to the father who has done all for him, and hard-hearted treachery to the high-minded wife who has given herself to him wholly. There are few scenes in literature more fearfully tragic than the one between Romola and Tito, when he finally discovers that she knows him fully and can be deceived by him no more. Some such hour always must come for strong, decided natures irrevocably pledged, one to the service of good and the other to the slavery of evil. The demoniac cried out, "What have I to do with thee, Jesus of Nazareth? Art thou come to torment me before the time?" The presence of all pitying purity and love was a torture to the soul possessed by the demon of evil. These 2 years in which Lady Byron was with all her soul struggling to bring her husband back to his better self were a series of passionate convulsions. During this time, such was the disordered and desperate state of his worldly affairs, that there were 10 executions for debt levied on their family establishment, and it was Lady Byron's fortune each time which settled the account. Toward the last, she and her husband saw less and less of each other, and he came more and more decidedly under evil influences, and seemed to acquire a sort of hatred of her. Lady Byron once said significantly to a friend, who spoke of some causeless dislike in another, "My dear, I have known people to be hated for no other reason than because they impersonated conscience." The biographers of Lord Byron and all his apologists are careful to narrate how sweet and amiable and obliging he was to everybody who approached him, and the saying of Fletcher, his manservant, that anybody could do anything with my lord except my lady, has often been quoted. The reason of all this will now be evident. My lady was the only one fully understanding the deep and dreadful secrets of his life, who had the courage resolutely and persistently and inflexibly to plant herself in his way and insist upon it that if he went to destruction it should be in spite of her best efforts. He had tried his strength with her fully. The first attempt had been to make her an accomplice by sophistry, by destroying her faith in Christianity and confusing her sense of right and wrong, to bring her into the ranks of those convenient women who regard the marriage tie only as a friendly alliance to cover licenses on both sides. When her husband described to her the continental latitude, the good-humored marriage, in which complacent couples mutually agreed to form the cloak for each other's infidelities, and gave her to understand that in that way alone could she have a peaceful and friendly life with him, she answered him simply, "I am too truly your friend to do this." When Lord Byron found that he had to do with one who would not yield, who knew him fully, who could not be blinded and could not be deceived, he determined to rid himself of her altogether. It was when the state of affairs between herself and her husband seemed darkest and most hopeless that the only child of this union was born. Lord Byron's treatment of his wife during the sensitive period that preceded the birth of this child, and during her confinement, was marked with paroxysms of unmanly brutality, for which the only possible charity on her part was the supposition of insanity. Moore sheds a significant light on this period by telling us that about this time Byron was often drunk day after day with his friend Richard Sheridan. There had been insanity in the family, and this was the plea which Lady Byron's love put in for him. She regarded him as, if not insane, at least so nearly approaching the boundaries of insanity as to be a subject of forbearance and tender pity, and she loved him with that love resembling a mother's, which good wives often feel when they have lost all faith in their husbands' principles and all hopes of their affections. Still, she was in heart and soul his best friend, true to him with a truth which he himself could not shake. In the verses addressed to his daughter, Lord Byron speaks of her as, quote, "the child of love, though born in bitterness, and nurtured in convulsion." End quote. A day or two after the birth of this child, Lord Byron came suddenly into Lady Byron's room and told her that her mother was dead. It was an utter falsehood, but it was only one of the many nameless injuries and cruelties by which he expressed his hatred of her. A short time after her confinement, she was informed by him, in a note, that as soon as she was able to travel, she must go, that he could not and would not longer have her about him, and when her child was only 5 weeks old, he carried this threat of expulsion into effect. Here we will insert briefly Lady Byron's own account, the only one she ever gave to the public of this separation. The circumstances under which this brief story was written are affecting. Lord Byron was dead. The whole account between him and her was closed forever in this world. More's Life had been prepared, containing simply and solely Lord Byron's own version of their story. More sent this version to Lady Byron and requested to know if she had any remarks to make upon it. In reply, she sent a brief statement to him, the first and only one that had come from her during all the years of the separation, and which appears to have mainly for its object the exculpation of her father and mother from the charge made by the poet of being the instigators of the separation. In this letter she says, with regard to their separation, quote, "The facts are, I left London for Kirby Mallory, the residence of my father and mother, on the 15th of January, 1816. Lord Byron had signified to me in writing, January 6th, his absolute desire that I should leave London on the earliest day that I could conveniently fix it. It was not safe for me to undertake the fatigue of a journey sooner than the 15th. Previously to my departure, it had been strongly impressed upon my mind that Lord Byron was under the influence of insanity. This opinion was derived in a great measure from the communications made me by his nearest relatives and personal attendant, who had more opportunity than myself for observing him during the latter part of my stay in town. It was even represented to me that he was in danger of destroying himself. With the concurrence of his family, I had consulted Dr. Bailey as a friend, January 8th, respecting the supposed malady. On acquainting him with the state of the case, and with Lord Byron's desire that I should leave London, Dr. Bailey thought that my absence might be advisable as an experiment, assuming the fact of mental derangement, for Dr. Bailey, not having had access to Lord Byron, could not pronounce a positive opinion on that. He enjoined that in correspondence with Lord Byron I should avoid all but light and soothing topics. Under these impressions I left London, determined to follow the advice given by Dr. Bailey. Whatever might have been the conduct of Lord Byron toward me from the time of my marriage, yet, supposing him to be in a state of mental alienation, it was not for me, nor for any person of common humanity, to manifest at that moment a sense of injury." End quote. Nothing more than this letter from Lady Byron is necessary to substantiate the fact that she did not leave her husband, but was driven from him that he might give himself up to the guilty infatuation that was consuming him, without being tortured by her imploring face and by the silent power of her presence and her prayers. For a long time before this she had seen little of him. On the day of her departure she passed by the door of his room and stopped to caress his favorite spaniel, which was lying there, and she confessed to a friend the weakness of feeling a willingness even to be something as humble as that poor little creature, might she only be allowed to remain and watch over him. She went into the room where he and the partner of his sins were sitting together, and said, "Byron, I come to say good-bye," offering at the same time her hand. Lord Byron put his hands behind him, retreated to the mantelpiece, and looking round on the two that stood there, with a sarcastic smile, said, "When shall we three meet again?" Lady Byron answered, "In heaven, I trust," and those were her last words to him on earth. This ends part 2 of the true story of Lady Byron's life by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, who invites you to join her for part 3. The True Story of Lady Byron's Life, Part 3 of 3, by Harriet Beecher Stowe, published in the Atlantic, September 1869 issue. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Now, if the reader wishes to understand the real talents of Lord Byron for deception and dissimulation, let him read, with this story in his mind, the Fare Thee Well, which he addressed to Lady Byron through the printer. Quote, "Fare thee well, and if forever, still forever fare thee well. Even though unforgiving, never 'gainst thee shall my heart rebel. Would that breast were barred before thee, where thy head so oft hath lain, while that placid sleep came o'er thee, thou canst never know again. Though my many faults defaced me, could no other arm be found than the one which once embraced me to inflict a cureless wound?" End quote. The reaction of society against him at the time of the separation from his wife was something which he had not expected, and for which it appears he was entirely unprepared. It broke up the guilty intrigue and drove him from England. He had not courage to meet or endure it. The world, to be sure, was very far from suspecting what the truth was, but the tide was setting against him with such vehemence as to make him tremble every hour lest the whole should be known, and henceforth it became a warfare of desperation to make his story good at no matter whose expense. He had tact enough to perceive at first that the assumption of the pathetic and the magnanimous and general confessions of fault, accompanied with admissions of his wife's goodness, would be the best policy in his case. Quote, "The fault was not in my choice, unless in choosing at all, for I do not believe, and I must say it, in the very dregs of all this bitter business, that there ever was a better, or even a brighter, a kinder, or a more amiable, agreeable being than Lady Byron. I never had, nor can have, any reproach to make her while with me. Where there is blame, it belongs to myself." End quote. As there must be somewhere a scapegoat to bear the sin of the affair, Lord Byron wrote a poem called A Sketch, in which he lays the blame of stirring up strife on a friend and former governess of Lady Byron's. But in this sketch he introduces the following just eulogy on Lady Byron. Quote, "Foiled was perversion by that youthful mind, which flattery fooled not, baseness could not blind, deceit infect not, near contagion soil, indulgence weaken, nor example spoil. Nor mastered science tempt her to look down on humbler talents with a pitying frown, nor genius swell, nor beauty render vain, nor envy ruffle to retaliate pain, nor fortune change, pride raise, nor passion bow, nor virtue teach austerity till now. Serenely purest of her sex that live, but wanting one sweet weakness, to forgive. Too shocked at faults her soul can never know, she deemed that all could be like her below. Foe to all vice, yet hardly virtue's friend, for virtue pardons those she would amend." End quote. In leaving England, Lord Byron first went to Switzerland, where he conceived and in part wrote out the tragedy of Manfred. Moore speaks of his domestic misfortunes and the sufferings which he underwent at this time as having an influence in stimulating his genius, so that he was enabled to write with greater power. Anybody who reads the tragedy of Manfred with this story in mind will see that it is true. The hero is represented as a gloomy misanthrope, dwelling with impenitent remorse on the memory of an incestuous passion which has been the destruction of his sister for this life and the life to come, but which to the very last gasp he despairingly refuses to repent of, even while he sees the fiends of darkness rising to take possession of his departing soul. That Byron knew his own guilt well, and judged himself severely, may be gathered from passages in this poem which are as powerful as human language can be made. For instance, this part of the incantation which Moore says was written at this time. Quote, "Though thy slumber may be deep, yet thy spirit shall not sleep. There are shades which will not vanish, there are thoughts thou canst not banish. By a power to thee unknown, thou canst never be alone. Thou art wrapped as with a shroud, thou art gathered in a cloud, and forever shalt thou dwell in the spirit of this spell. From thy false tears I did distil an essence which had strength to kill. From thy own heart I then did wring the black blood in its blackest spring. From thy own smile I snatched the snake, for there it coiled as in a brake. From thy own lips I drew the charm, which gave all these their chiefest harm. In proving every poison known, I found the strongest was thine own. By thy cold breast and serpent smile, by thy unfathomed gulfs of guile, by thy most seeming virtuous eye, by thy shut soul's hypocrisy, by the perfections of thine art, which passed for human thine own heart, by thy delight in others' pain, and by thy brotherhood of Cain, I call upon thee, and compel thyself to be thy proper hell. Again he represents Manfred as saying to the old abbot, who seeks to bring him to repentance, "Old man, there is no power in holy men, nor charm in prayer, nor purifying form of penitence, nor outward look, nor fast, nor agony, nor, greater than all these, the innate tortures of that deep despair, which is remorse without the fear of hell, but all in all sufficient to itself, would make a hell of heaven, can exorcise from out the unbounded spirit the quick sense of its own sins, wrongs, sufferance, and revenge. Upon itself there is no future pang can deal that justice on the self-condemned he deals on his own soul." And when the abbot tells him, "All this is well, for this will pass away and be succeeded by an auspicious hope, which shall look up with calm assurance to that blessed place which all who seek may win, whatever be their earthly errors," he answers, "It is too late." Then the old abbot soliloquizes, "This should have been a noble creature. He hath all the energy which would have made a goodly frame of glorious elements, had they been wisely mingled. As it is an awful chaos, light and darkness, and mind and dust, and passions and pure thoughts mixed and contending without end or order." The world can easily see in Moore's biography what, after this, was the course of Lord Byron's life, how he went from shame to shame, and dishonor to dishonor, and used the fortune which his wife brought him in the manner described in those private letters which his biographer was left to print. Moore, indeed, says Byron had made the resolution not to touch his lady's fortune, but adds that it required more self-command than he possessed to carry out so honorable a purpose. Lady Byron made but one condition with him. She had him in her power, and she exacted that the unhappy partner of his sins should not follow him out of England, and that the ruinous intrigue should be given up. Her inflexibility on this point kept up that enmity which was constantly expressing itself in some publication or other, and which drew her and her private relations with him before the public. The story of what Lady Byron did with the portion of her fortune which was reserved to her is a record of noble and skillfully administered charities. Pitiful and wise and strong, there was no form of human suffering or sorrow that did not find with her refuge and help. She gave not only systematically, but also impulsively. Miss Martineau claims for her the honor of having first invented practical schools, in which the children of the poor were turned into agriculturalists, artisans, seamstresses, and good wives for poor men. While she managed with admirable skill and economy permanent institutions of this sort, she was always ready to relieve suffering in any form. The fugitive slaves, William and Ellen Crafts, escaping to London, were fostered by her protecting care. In many cases where there was disaster or anxiety from poverty among those too self-respecting to make their sufferings known, the delicate hand of Lady Byron ministered to the want with a consideration that spared the most refined feelings. As a mother, her course was embarrassed by peculiar trials. The daughter inherited from the father not only brilliant talents, but a restlessness and morbid sensibility which might be too surely traced to the storms and agitations of the period in which she was born. It was necessary to bring her up in ignorance of the true history of her mother's life, and the consequence was that she could not fully understand that mother. During her early girlhood, her career was a source of more anxiety than of comfort. She married a man of fashion, ran a brilliant course as a gay woman of fashion, and died early of a lingering and painful disease. In the silence and shaded retirement of the sick-room, the daughter came wholly back to her mother's arms and heart, and it was on that mother's bosom that she leaned as she went down into the dark valley. It was that mother who placed her weak and dying hand in that of her Almighty Saviour. To the children left by her daughter, Lady Byron ministered with the faithfulness of a guardian angel, and it is owing to her influence that those who yet remain are among the best and noblest of mankind. The person whose relations with Byron had been so disastrous also, in the latter years of her life, felt Lady Byron's loving and ennobling influences, and in her last sickness and dying hours looked to Lady Byron for consolation and help. There was an unfortunate child of sin, born with the curse upon her, over whose wayward nature Lady Byron watched with a mother's tenderness. She was the one who could have patience when the patience of everyone else failed, and though her task was a difficult one, from the strange abnormal propensities to evil in the object of her cares, yet Lady Byron never faltered and never gave over till death took the responsibility from her hands. During all this trial, strange to say, her belief that the good in Lord Byron would finally conquer was unshaken. To a friend who said to her, "How could you love him?" she answered briefly, "My dear, there was an angel in him. It is in us all." It was in this angel that she had faith. It was for the deliverance of this angel from degradation and shame and sin that she unceasingly prayed. She read every work that Byron wrote, read it with a deeper knowledge than any human being but herself could possess. The ribaldry and the obscenity and the insults with which he strove to make her ridiculous in the world fell at her pitying feet unheeded. When he broke away from all this unworthy life to devote himself to a manly enterprise for the redemption of Greece, she thought that she saw the beginning of an answer to her prayers. Even although one of his latest acts concerning her was to repeat to Lady Blessington the false accusation which made Lady Byron the author of all his errors, she still had hopes from that one step taken in the right direction. In the midst of these hopes came the news of his sudden death. On his deathbed, it is well known that he called his confidential English servant to him and said to him, "Go to my sister, tell her, go to Lady Byron, you will see her, and say—" Here followed 20 minutes of indistinct mutterings in which the names of his wife, daughter, and sister frequently occurred. Then he said, "Now I have told you all." "My lord," replied Fletcher, "I have not understood a word your lordship has been saying." "Not understand me!" exclaimed Lord Byron with a look of utmost distress. "What a pity! Then it is too late. All is over." He afterwards, says Moore, tried to utter a few words, of which none were intelligible except "my sister, my child." When Fletcher returned to London, Lady Byron sent for him and walked the room in convulsive struggles to repress her tears and sobs, while she over and over again strove to elicit something from him which should enlighten her upon what that last message had been. But in vain. The gates of eternity were shut in her face, and not a word had passed to tell her if he had repented. For all that, Lady Byron never doubted his salvation. Ever before her, during the few remaining years of her widowhood, was the image of her husband, purified and ennobled, with the shadows of earth forever dissipated, the stains of sin forever removed. The angel in him, as she expressed it, made perfect according to its divine ideal. Never has more divine strength of faith and love existed in woman. Out of the depths of her own loving and merciful nature, she gained such views of the divine love and mercy as made all hopes possible. There was no soul whose future Lady Byron despaired. Such was her boundless faith in the redeeming power of love. After Byron's death, the life of this delicate creature, so frail in body that she seemed always hovering on the brink of the eternal world, yet so strong in spirit and so unceasing in her various ministries of mercy, was a miracle of mingled weakness and strength. To talk with her seemed to the writer of this sketch the nearest possible approach to talking with one of the spirits of the just made perfect. She was gentle, artless, approachable as a little child, with ready, outflowing sympathies for the cares and sorrows and interests of all who approached her, with a naive and gentle playfulness that adorned, without hiding, the breadth and strength of her mind, and above all, with a clear, divining moral discrimination, never mistaking wrong for right in the slightest shade, yet with a mercifulness that made allowance for every weakness and pitied every sin. There was so much of Christ in her that to have seen her seemed to be to have drawn near to heaven. She was one of those few whom absence cannot estrange from friends, whose mere presence in this world seems always a help to every generous thought, a strength to every good purpose, a comfort in every sorrow. Living so near the confines of the spiritual world, she seemed already to see into it. Hence the words of comfort which she addressed to a friend who had lost a son. Dear friend, remember, as long as our loved ones are in God's world, they are in ours. It has been thought by some friends who have read the proof sheets of the foregoing that this author should state more specifically her authority for these statements. The circumstances which led this writer to England at a certain time originated a friendship and correspondence with Lady Byron, which was always regarded as one of the greatest acquisitions of that visit. On the occasion of a second visit to England in 1856, the writer received a note from Lady Byron, indicating that she wished to have some private, confidential conversation upon important subjects, and inviting her for that purpose to spend a day with her at her country seat near London. The writer went and spent a day with Lady Byron alone, and the object of the invitation was explained to her. Lady Byron was in such a state of health that her physicians had warned her that she had very little time to live. She was engaged in those duties and retrospections which every thoughtful person finds necessary when coming deliberately and with open eyes to the boundaries of this mortal life. At that time there was a cheap edition of Byron's works in contemplation, intended to bring his writings into circulation among the masses, and the pathos arising from the story of his domestic misfortunes was one great means relied on for giving it currency. Under these circumstances, some of Lady Byron's friends had proposed the question to her whether she had not a responsibility to society for the truth, whether she did right to allow these writings to gain influence over the popular mind by giving a silent consent to what she knew to be utter falsehoods. Lady Byron's whole life had been passed in the most heroic self-abnegation and self-sacrifice, and she had now to consider whether one more act of self-denial was not required of her before leaving this world, namely, to declare the absolute truth, no matter at what expense to her own feelings. For this reason it was her desire to recount the whole history to a person of another country, and entirely out of the sphere of personal and local feelings which might be supposed to influence those in the country and station in life where the events really happened, in order that she might be helped by such a person's view in making up an opinion as to her own duty. The interview had almost the solemnity of a deathbed avowal. Lady Byron stated the facts which have been embodied in this article, and gave to the writer a paper containing a brief memorandum of the whole, with the dates affixed. We have already spoken of that singular sense of the reality of the spiritual world which seemed to encompass Lady Byron during the last part of her life, and which made her words and actions seem more like those of a blessed being detached from earth than of an ordinary mortal. All her modes of looking at things, all her motives of action, all her involuntary exhibitions of emotion were so high above any common level, and so entirely regulated by the most unworldly causes, that it would seem difficult to make the ordinary world understand exactly how the thing seemed to lie before her mind. What impressed the writer more strongly than anything else was Lady Byron's perfect conviction that her husband was now a redeemed spirit, that he looked back with pain and shame and regret on all that was unworthy in his past life, and that if he could speak or could act in the case, he would desire to prevent the farther circulation of base falsehoods and of seductive poetry, which had been made the vehicle of morbid and unworthy passions. Lady Byron's experience had led her to apply the powers of her strong philosophical mind to the study of mental pathology, and she had become satisfied that the solution of the painful problem which first occurred to her as a young wife was, after all, the true one. Namely, that Lord Byron had been one of those unfortunately constituted persons in whom the balance of nature is so critically hung that it is always in danger of dipping towards insanity, and that in certain periods of his life he was so far under the influence of mental disorder as not to be fully responsible for his actions. She went over, with a brief and clear analysis, the history of his whole life as she had thought it out during the lonely musings of her widowhood. She dwelt on the ancestral causes that gave him a nature of exceptional and dangerous susceptibility. She went through the mismanagements of his childhood, the history of his school days, the influence of the ordinary school course of classical reading on such a mind as his. She sketched boldly and clearly the internal life of the young man of the time as she, with her purer eyes, had looked through it, and showed how habits which with less susceptible fiber and coarser strength of nature were tolerable for his companions were deadly to him, unhinging his nervous system and intensifying the dangers of ancestral proclivities. Lady Byron expressed the feeling, too, that the Calvinistic theology, as heard in Scotland, had proved in his case, as it often does in certain minds, a subtle poison. He never could either disbelieve or become reconciled to it, and the sore problems it poses embittered his spirit against Christianity. The worst of it is, I do believe, he would often say with violence, when he had been employing all his powers of reason, wit, and ridicule upon the subjects. Through all this sorrowful history was to be seen, not the care of a slandered woman to make her story good, but the pathetic anxiety of a mother who treasures every particle of hope, every intimation of good, in the son whom she cannot cease to love. With indescribable resignation, she dwelt on those last hours, those words addressed to her, never to be understood till repeated in eternity. But all this she looked upon as forever past, believing that with the dropping of the earthly life these morbid impulses and influences ceased, and that higher nature which he often so beautifully expressed in his poems became the triumphant one. While speaking on this subject, her pale ethereal face became luminous with a heavenly radiance. There was something so sublime in her belief in the victory of love over evil that faith with her seemed to have become sight. She seemed so clearly to perceive the divine ideal of the man she had loved, and for whose salvation she had been called to suffer and labor and pray, that all memories of his past unworthiness fell away and were lost. Her love was never the doting fondness of weak women. It was the appreciative and discriminating love by which a higher nature recognized godlike capabilities under all the dust and defilement of misuse and passion, and she never doubted that the love which in her was so strong that no injury or insult could shake it, was yet stronger in the God who made her capable of such a devotion, and that in him it was accompanied by power to subdue all things to itself. The writer was so impressed and excited by the whole scene and recital that she begged for 2 or 3 days to deliberate before forming any opinion. She took the memorandum with her, returned to London, and gave a day or 2 to the consideration of the subject. The decision which she made was chiefly influenced by her reverence and affection for Lady Byron, who seemed so frail. She had suffered so much. She stood at such a height above the comprehension of the coarse and common world, that the author had a feeling that it would almost be like violating a shrine to ask her to come forth from the sanctuary of a silence where she had so long abode and plead her cause. She wrote to Lady Byron that while this act of justice did seem to be called for, and to be in some respects most desirable, yet as it would involve so much that was painful to her, the writer considered that Lady Byron would be entirely justifiable in leaving the truth to be disclosed after her death, and recommended that all the facts necessary should be put in the hands of some person to be so published. Years passed on. Lady Byron lingered 4 years after this interview, to the wonder of her physicians and all her friends. After Lady Byron's death, the writer looked anxiously, hoping to see a memoir of the person whom she considered the most remarkable woman that England has produced in a century. No such memoir has appeared on the part of her friend, and the mistress of Lord Byron has the ear of the public, and is sowing far and wide unworthy slanders, which are eagerly gathered up and read by an undiscriminating community. There may be family reasons in England which prevent Lady Byron's friends from speaking, but Lady Byron has an American name and an American existence, and reverence for pure womanhood is, we think, a national characteristic of the American, and so far as this country is concerned, we feel that the public should have this refutation of the slanders of the Countess Guiccioli's book. This ends the true story of Lady Byron's life by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This article was read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in October 2017.